Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time to take the global stories that has made it to the front pages of our national dailies. And joining us to review the papers is Chris Kehinde Wando. He's a chartered arbitrator in the UK. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good morning to you. All right, we'll be starting with The Guardian this morning, and The Guardian leads with concerns as fuel price hike, weak naira dampen inflation outlook. And here it just shows fuel at 950 naira per litre. But on other papers, we also have this same headline. On The Punch, it says, Edo governorship poll, petrol crisis threaten election as APC PDP set for showdown. The writers here says INEC transporters review election materials, personnel carriage contract, parties rejig last minute strategies. And then on the Vanguard, it says Dangote petrol, Nigerians to pay 950 naira per litre, and that is according to the NNPCL. The writers here says pump price now, Lagos is at 950 naira, Abuja is at 992 naira, Bornu is at 1,019 naira. NNPC completes lifting 16.5 million litres. Another says we have not taken delivery of refineries petrol. That's according to the depot owners. Also, we have consumers should expect 1,200 naira per litre, and that's according to marketers. And finally, sector requires increased transparency. That is according to ADAPMAN. So first, it's just fuel, but there's a lot of things. In fact, it seems like it's multifaceted because we have the election on one hand. We're having the depot owners, saying they've not received this product. We're also having consumers, that are saying we should expect even a higher price. So we've seen in Lagos it's about 950, in Abuja 992, Borno over 1,000, and I can only imagine, what other states will be selling as well. And also we're talking about transparency. One thing that has been said time and time again is that the NNPCL is never really transparent, and we're seeing that reflect here as well. I want to get your take on the entire sector as a whole. The fact that we need this product, we probably cannot really get our hands on it, and even if we do, it is super expensive to have, and now it's affecting inflation. We've seen inflation drop down by about 1.25%, but then it's not even reflecting in the market, and the entire petroleum sector just has a lot going on. I want to get your take on this, please. And
just add to the fray there that 950 naira per litre Dangote petrol may justify more importation. That is according to marketers. You didn't get that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what they're saying. And as she has asked, what do you think about it? And the fact that they are also even thinking about continuing to import.
Yeah, let me start with the fact that I've said it even before now that Nigerians have so much hope when we heard about Dangote refinery, and one of these interventions he had said that we should be very careful. The fact that Dangote refinery, we're going to have Dangote refinery doesn't mean that the prices are going to come down. ordinarily it should be, because when you remove several factors from the imported petrol products, you are talking of ferrying it, you are talking of duties and the rest of them. Ordinarily, it's supposed to, that product supposed to be, that from Dangote is supposed to be cheaper. But from what we are seeing now, it's definitely not the true situation. But the fact remains that in as much as we were buying fuel from NNPCL stations at about 885, I guess, if I'm right, and the last one, the fact remains that when you look at from what we've heard, the landing cost with other charges of every petroleum product in Nigeria imported is about 1,150 or thereabout, hovering within that. So if they were selling at 800 and 850 or whatever it is, that means that subsidy was being paid for those products. So, which is why you saw that high debt on the part of NNPCL, about $6 billion that they are owing to importers. That is on one side. But there's something that we've all forgotten to take cognizance of, and including the media, which is my constituency, is the fact that, are you aware that people are forgetting that we have had 2 price increase for petroleum in the last 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about that. We have had 2 price increases in the past 2-3 weeks, because on the day that Dangote announced the production of his product, NNPCL came out that day to increase the price of petroleum products. Now, when the product hit the market, they have also increased the price to 950 in Lagos. There have been in the past that for over 1 year, in the past, in some instances, that we never had a single increment of petroleum products, increments in the price. But in the last 2 weeks, we've had 2 price increases. Nobody is talking about that. And I just think that it will be deceptive. They're just using this issue of Dangote, problem with Dangote, or issues of that, to be able to remove the eyes of Nigeria for the main issue, which is the increment that NNPCL has continuously done in the past few months. That is on the one side. Second side is that, is it not so intriguing that Dangote, that's supposed to be a private company, is relying on NNPC fees prices for it? NNPC, Dangote, when they tried to roll out the petrol product, the president and CEO of Dangote, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, told Nigerians that the Federal Executive Council was going to fix the price of his petroleum product. I'm sure you heard that. After that, he shifted, said it was going to be NNPCL. The third time when NNPCL came out with the price that they bought at 898 from Dangote a few days ago, Dangote again came out to say, no price has been fixed. That is the presidential task force or committee that was raised by the president that is going to fix the price. It took the NNPC to come out again and say, no, that is not possible, because Dangote is a private company and should be able to fix its price. In all this, personally, my personal opinion is that I think for now, Dangote is not being sincere with Nigerians. For goodness sake, my sister, let me tell you, I came to buy a clothes, a material from you, let me say trousers. And I came out to say, I bought that trouser for 5,000 naira. And you say, no, it's not 5,000 I sold it. What less is expected of you? It's now for you to tell people and say, this is how much I sold it to Mr. CKL or to Chris. But till now, Dangote has not come out to tell Nigerians how much he sold it. So that means the people tend to believe NNPCL, and that is why they are using us to play kalo, the way everything is going. And seems falling apart. And that is what's happening. They are just using Nigerians to play kalo. For goodness sake, why with Dangote be relying solely on NNPCL to distribute his product? Does it mean that he didn't make his research properly? Did you know that he's going to supposed to? Now, Ipman has come out to say that Dangote products is even far cheaper than the imported one. As I said before, I don't believe that is true, because imported products, the landing cost from what we had till now is about 1,150 or thereabout. We means that imported product. The issue we are having there is that the federal government is still subsidizing that product. That is why we are having it at 850. How this is going to pan out is what I'm going to see. Dangote say it sold its product to NNPCL in dollars, which is a part which NNPCL are not able to deny that. They agree to that. But they say by October 1st, they will start buying products from Dangote in Naira. So let us see, wait and see that maybe by the 1st of October this year, whether the product is going to be, that is quite disheartening that instead of coming down, all our hopes and expectations have been dashed.
Well, it seems like it's same old same. It seems is the, like you said, we don't know why Dangote will have to rely on NNPCL to fix its price and why there should be a back and forth even.
Yeah.
And we've been saying this all this while that maybe it's fuel subsidy is removed, but our company will move on, which means there are people who have interest in these Dangote mills that we do not even know, and Nigerians are just being hoodwinked. Well, let's go to a disaster that happened. The flood has happened in so many states, but the one that is most talked about is the one in Borno State. The first thing about flood is despite 40 billion naira ecological fund flood ravages states, experts fear mismanagement of allocations. 108 billion naira latest disbursement largesse for some governors. Okay, so we've seen this flood in Borno State, we've seen flood in Cross River State, we've seen flood in Adamawa and so many other states. But this one in Borno is partly as a result of the collapse of a dam. And then we've seen also the president promising that he's going to do something about this. He's going to bring relief to the people who have been affected by this flood in Borno State. What do you think about this flood? Because all we've been talking about is the people that are involved and now what the federal government is promising. Do you think because it's a natural disaster, we should not be looking at what happened to the dam and why it happened?
That of Borno is not a natural disaster. It's due to negligence on the part of those that are supposed to maintain the dam. We learned that in the past 4 years, about 400 million naira was voted for the maintenance of that dam. And the question you ask yourself, what happened to that money? Who collected that money and for what use? Or for what purpose? And how come the money was not used for that purpose? That is one. Two is the fact that the government, the governor also came out to that talking about how money was voted. And I have asked that if he knew that there's a problem with the dam, did he raise the alarm? What did he do as the governor of Borno State to have led to this disaster we are talking about? Over 30 people dead, over 1 million people displaced and in IDP camps, and then properties worth billions and billions of naira destroyed. And that is how it has always been. But let me say this. Should be a wake-up call. I listened to the president's speech yesterday. He did not address the issue I personally wanted him to address. And that is this may be a further disaster waiting to happen in other states. What are we doing now to start having an inventory of all the dams in Nigeria presently? This happened in Borno. Are we sure that the state of all the other dams, because most of these dams were probably, the last time they were built, I think this one was built around 1984, 85 or thereabout, during the Babangida regime. No, it was during the Babangida or Buhari, I can't remember now. But it's over 30, 40 years now. Now, are we taking inventory of all the other dams that were built and are probably in the same state with this particular one, and making sure that something is being done about it before it collapses and sweep away Nigerians as the one that happened in? Nigeria, we are very good at watching and waiting. At the end of it all, when it happens, then we start crying wolf. This is the time for the Ministry of Water Resources to be able to make sure that we look at the various dams and be able to make sure that. Then my own take is that if this was a disaster foretold, and money was budgeted for the maintenance of this dam, why don't you use that money for that purpose? And if truly that the money was released, who are those that collected it? That is the third one. You're talking of ecological fund. I run a TV program every Friday on one of the national TV stations, and some weeks back, my guest was the Commissioner for Environment of the state, And one of the questions I asked him was this issue of ecological fund. And I asked him, what is your state doing with the ecological fund that you're receiving from the federal government? And the commissioner told me point blank that since his assumption of office, he has never received one single kobo from the ecological fund. My brother, you know what that means. That means that this fund have been dispersed, if they are dispersed at all, and it was being countered by certain individuals, probably by the state governors or by whoever, and this money is not being used for what it is supposed to. And that is how we roll in Nigeria. People just siphon money for the fun of it, and money are projected for certain projects. But at the end of it all, nothing happens. It's just like your constituency project, where billions and billions are appropriated for constituency projects in your local government, in your community, by our so-called National Assembly members, and this money is collected and disbursed, and you cannot see those projects in those communities. So until we start having the political will to do the right thing, this is what we always get.
All right, so still on the Daily Trust, there is a story here that says CBN urged to reduce interest rate as food inflation drops to 37.52%. Now we've seen the inflation rate drop with about 1.25% compared to, when it even increased about 6% last year, same August, on a year-on-year basis. But one thing Yamgula and I were speaking about during the top trending was we're not even really seeing it reflect in the market. But now, thankfully, the CBN is urged to reduce the interest rate. Do you think this is going to have any impact at all?
Just on the cover of that page, this topic we just finished discussing. And you saw that 40 billion we are budgeted for ecological funds. Ask yourself, which states received those 40 billion and what did they use it? And it's high time that I also believe that we as media and journalists, we have been so lazy in our job. I don't know what the problem is now. Investigative journalism has gone off the roof. It could be for certain reasons, it could be financial, it could be because of the economic problem that media houses are struggling. So investigative journalism takes time, it takes money. So probably that is why we're not doing what we're supposed to. Then coupled with the fact that we also have the FOI that was passed years ago that we could be able to access information. But a question you ask yourself, how well have we been able to use that to be able to access? Because when you want to make inquiries, in most of these parastatals and ministries, nobody gives information. They'll say, go and cut up David, go and get letter from this, go and get letter from that. But that is on the one side. Then on the issue of inflation and interest rate, I've said it time and time again that I don't know why Nigeria is always, our CBN, our economic managers are always very in trying to increase interest rate every time. Because when you do that, it affects so many other things. Not too much known about economics, so I might not be able to give the best answer to that issue. But the fact is that when you raise the interest rate so high, then it's going to affect so many other, because it means that you're going for borrowing in the bank. The interest will be so high for you to be able to do whatever you want to do. And that is why you see that our SMEs are practically dead. The bedrock of every economy is this small and medium income group, the SMEs as it were. But you look at your baba there, you look at the organizer, you look at the seamstress, you look at the small supermarket and the rest of them, including the supermarket I promised to take you to. You will see that most of them are practically collapsing. Most of them are practically collapsing because they cannot be able to stock and restock. Yeah. And the prices of goods and services are increasing by the day. That is the issue. So it was yesterday the MBS came out with the report that inflation has dropped. Has that dropped the price of gari? Has that dropped the price of rice? Has that dropped the price of beans? Has it dropped the price of pomo, meat, and the rest of them in the market? Even the small indomies that children eat, has that dropped? Those are the indices for me. Irrespective of whatever indices they are branding, that everything has dropped. The fact still remains that cost of living. And with this increase in petroleum products, in this increase to 950 and about 1,000 across Nigeria, it's also going to increase the living condition of Nigerians, because transporters are going to increase their cost of transportation. That in itself is going to affect every other aspect of our human endeavor in Nigeria. So what are we talking about? What you say you are given by the left, you are taken by the right. So I don't believe on this. This is the fact remains that the managers of our economy, who are supposed now currently who are the Lagos, quote unquote, the Lagos boys, are not doing enough. The Lagos boys, I mean, Cardoso, who was once one of the countries, and also the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Olaye. Those are the Lagos boys, as quote unquote, I put it. They are not. We were told that the president is going to is going to try to showcase what he did in Lagos in Abuja. But the man has gotten to Abuja, he has seen that Abuja is not Lagos, and is not able to do it. Then something is fundamentally wrong. So I think that this government should put on is taking care. Nigerians are suffering, Nigerians are hungry, Nigerians are very, very hungry. And when they protest, the next thing they do that, they slam them with treason. I don't understand.
Okay, well, I think that should be it, but let's take a few more if we may. This story here is saying under 18 candidates jam to limit interactions with applicants. I don't know if you've read that story and you know what it is, and I'm just linking it to the other story which has to do with linkage as well. SIM NIN linkage, 65 million GSM lines risk disconnection. I don't know how this thing is even working, because so many lines that have already registered are being sent messages. Some of them are being blocked as we speak and all that. And I don't know why this is happening, and whether there's something else that the people do not know.
Yeah, yes, that has been. But you remember that the NCC recently, at a point, disconnected many lines, and the federal government had to intervene that those lines have to be restored. But as you rightly mentioned, there have been instances where many people, I don't know how many times I've linked my number to the NIN. I've done it personally. I've gone to the various phone companies to do it myself. After that, after some time, they will tell me that it was not linked. I should come back. There's something fundamentally wrong. Don't forget the fact that the essence of this NIN was to be able to stem insecurity in Nigeria. We are saying that a lot of people are using it, using these numbers to make calls after kidnapping people. So when we link these numbers, where that would be El Dorado, now we are still realizing that that is not true. Banditry is going on. These guys are using numbers. How come that will not be able to track these numbers and be able to do the needful? The NCC and the regulatory bodies came a few days ago to say, oh, it's because one person, some people have up to 20 died. There was even a time that some have as much as 100 different lines, and I asked you, how is it that? Because NCC at a point said that before any line can be activated, it has to be registered. That's what they said. You cannot pick up a line. So who are the ones registering those numbers, and who are the people who are registering it? So, but let's wait and see what happens. I would be much more interested in one of listening, and that is the politics in Edo State. I think that should be a critical issue that we're talking about. Edo State governorship election is just about 4 or 5 days away, and the report coming in from Edo State is not palatable at all. That is an issue that we should be talking about and hammering, because there have been accusations and counter accusations both by the ruling party and the opposition parties in Edo State, and we have to be able to. I want to use this opportunity to be able to warn INEC and security agencies to play by the rule and make sure that that election is free and fair. And it's the duty of the INEC chairman and the head of security agencies in Nigeria to make sure that there is a level playing ground for all candidates in the Edo election, so that Nigerians can go out, Edo people can go out and vote according to their laws. Look at what happened. PDP, according to them, due to the harassment of security agencies and picking up of them, they refused to sign the peace accord. That in itself speaks volume. What I say in essence is that they don't have any kind of regard, or they don't have any confidence in both the security agencies and INEC as it were. I think that issue should remain our front burner between now and Saturday when the election, so that everybody involved in that coming election can be able to play by the rules, so that we don't get it wrong, so that what happened during the 2023 election will not repeat itself. For me, that is a critical area that we should be focusing on as well.
All right. Thank you so much. I think this is where we have to wrap it up on this segment right now. Mr. Chris, it's always a pleasure having you. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Don't make sure that man follow us when we're going to
Don't worry.
I was expecting a closing statement. I'm not surprised.
I'm good. You can go to the supermarket. I'll go to Agege Market on
Oh,
12.
goodness.
Don't worry.
and buy buku bread. No problem. Have a
Thank you
wonderful
so
night.
much, Chris.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You too. Thank you. All right, we've been speaking with Chris Kehinde Wandu. He's a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK, and we've just been taking global stories that made it to the front pages of our national dailies. We'll go on a short break now, and when we return, we'll continue with the NNPC and Dangote saga. Please stay with us.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Oh, thanks for staying with us. What am I doing? I'm just fiddling here. It's still the breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And like we said, we're going to come back to the Dangote and NNPCL saga. And joining us to discuss this is Mr. Nick Agule, who is also eventually an expert in the oil industry. Good morning and welcome to the program, sir.
Good morning. Nyangu and good morning to all our viewers globally.
Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
The news is that Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited has released a new breakdown of the estimated petrol price sourced from the Dangote refinery set for sale at its retail stations nationwide. NNPCL confirmed it is paying Dangote Refinery in US dollars for the September 2024 petrol offtake, with Naira-based transactions commencing on October 1, 2024. The latest breakdown showed changes in fees, including a midstream and downstream regulatory authority fee of 4.495 Naira, with charges like inspection and margin fees removed, and a revised distribution fee of 42.45 Naira. NNPCL assured Nigerians that any discount from Dangote Refinery will be fully passed on to the public. We're just not making sense, the relationship, this marriage between NNPCL and Dangote Refinery. Is it that NNPCL is owning part of Dangote Refinery, or the federal government is owning part of Dangote Refinery? Why does it have to depend one on the other before we can see what the price is, first of all, and we can even see any news coming from that? Just tell us what you think about this Dangote and NNPCL marriage, as I would put it.
Thank you very much. A marriage indeed. To be honest, we can see that there is a lot that is not being told to Nigerians. It started with the NNPC saying they took 20% stake in Dangote Refinery, and then Dangote comes out to refute that and say, no, you only paid for 7% stake, and the rest you didn't pay for. We are even about to sell it out. But then the NNPC had said previously that they collected a loan, I think about $3 billion, if I remember the numbers very well. They took this loan to go and pay for the 20% share in Dangote Refinery. Now, as it came out to show that Dangote Refinery refuted this allegation, nobody in government circles has asked the question, if this loan of $3 billion was taken to take a 20% stake in Dangote Refinery, but we ended up paying for only a 7% stake, what happened to the balance of the money? That question has not been asked. Neither has it been answered by anybody. And then when Dangote Refinery now announced that he was going to commence the production of premium motor spirit, popularly known as petrol, a lot of shenanigans started to happen. You know, suddenly the executive secretary of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, who are the regulator of the downstream business in Nigeria, came out, if I want to use an uncouth language, say running his mouth, condemning Dangote Refinery as not been licensed yet, and the product has been substandard, you know, fit for purpose. And Dangote Refinery has to fight back by saying that, look, what you guys are blending in mortar and bringing to us is even worse for the engines in Nigeria. And Dangote goes ahead to open his lab to the whole world to say, come and look at my lab, look at the quality of my products and all of that. And then that led to meetings and all of that. And then we now, probably, they had a compromise within themselves, perhaps to say, well, we're fighting each other when we can just agree and just go ahead and deal with Nigerians as they have been dealing with us. And then they come up with this agreement and say, oh, only Dangote, only the NNPCL is going to buy petrol from Dangote Refinery for the Nigerian market. Who makes such a decision? Then that one was not enough. The next thing is the NNPCL now says Dangote Refinery is selling petrol to us at 898 Naira a litre. Already priming Nigerians to sell the products to us at over 1,000 because they will say, oh, we've added logistics and all of that to it. And Dangote Refinery comes out to say, that's not correct. We're not selling petrol to you at that price. But strangely, Dangote Refinery as a business has never come out to tell us who are the consumers of his products, how much he's selling his products. He hasn't told us. Even in the press release that they refuted NNPC's allegation that they were buying petrol from Dangote Refinery at 898 naira. Dangote Refinery did not set the record straight in that press release by naming exactly how much is petrol. And then the next thing is that we have all sorts of Nigerians, both on social media and on television stations, they've carried their calculators and have become emergency oil economics by just saying, okay, there's 159 liters in a barrel. Therefore, if you multiply crude oil price by so dollar, then you divide by 150. This is how much Dangote is producing his petrol. We have decided to work for Dangote Refinery for free. The man who is producing the petrol has not even told us what it cost him to produce the petrol, how much he wants to sell it. And it is analysts sitting on television stations and on social media who are now punching calculator of 159 liters, not knowing that there is so much in a barrel beyond 159 liters. People don't understand that in that barrel, there is what we call non-associated gas that comes with it. And that is the gas that the refinery is using to power itself, to generate electricity for itself. Electricity that if it's too much for the refinery, they will not sell to the neighboring community. People don't understand that things like bitumen, which is used in making roads, come out of that barrel. There's so much that comes out of that barrel. So I would just advise this emergency petroleum economics to give us a break. Stop punching your calculator and saying, oh, there's no way Dangote will sell his petrol for less than 1,000 or so and so and so forth. You know, allow Dangote Refinery to come up to us clean.
Can you still hear
how
us?
much it's costing him? And we can benchmark that with the refineries elsewhere in the world and tell him whether he's giving us a good deal or not. So this is just a strange occurrence, but all that is looking here is that the NNPC, who has been importing petrol 100% for Nigeria, does not want to leave that business to anybody else. They want to continue to be the only organization that deals with petrol for all of Nigeria. And for me, that's where President Tinubu needs to show leadership. Just get the NNPC off our back. Let them go and fix their refineries. Let them fix their refineries. And let Dangote come to Nigerians as a business. We buy Dangote cement. We buy Dangote diesel. We buy Dangote food stuff and all of that. Why is petrol now so different that the NNPC will now muzzle Dangote refinery that they cannot even open their mouth and tell us how much they are selling their petrol?
So would you say that, you know, Dangote Refinery isn't transparent as well, just like the NNPCL?
Dangote Refinery is not being transparent. If they were being transparent, immediately they issued a press release to say that this is not the amount we're selling petrol to NNPCL as claimed by them. They would have put the price that they are selling petrol to the NNPCL so that we, who are the consumers, who are eventually going to pay the money. Remember, it's not the NNPCL that is going to pay this money. The money is eventually going to come from us, who are the consumers.
Okay.
He should have come clean to us to say, this is how much I am selling my petrol. And he didn't do that.
It means there's some kind of relationship that we do not understand. It means that there are some compromises that we do not understand. It means there are some intricacies that we do not understand. And this is what worries Nigerians and all that. But now they're talking about starting the Naira sale of this oil in October. Now they're selling in dollars. What marked difference will that bring to us?
So, if Dangote Refinery will be sold petrol in Naira, there will still have to be a conversion rate to say, because we know that this crude oil is produced and sold in dollars. So if the NNPCL decides that I will sell mine in naira, there will still has to be a conversion rate. At what rate are we going to convert the dollar price? Because the last time I checked, there is no recognized naira price for a barrel of crude oil. So there has to be a conversion rate of the dollar to the naira and say, pay me naira for what I'm giving to you. You know, the advantage or the immediate advantage of that is that Dangote Refinery doesn't have to go and chase the dollar to get dollar to pay NNPCL. So it will help our exchange rate. It will help the naira. Because the moment you are using a lot of naira to go and look for dollar, you are helping the dollar. You are making the dollar to be stronger because the demand for the dollar is high. And simple economics says the higher the demand for a product, the higher the price. So if Dangote now doesn't need to carry naira to go and chase the dollar, the immediate impact is our naira will be helped. Then secondly, given that exchange rate that they have used to convert the dollar price to the naira and Dangote pays, when Dangote produces petrol with that crude, we expect that it should be the same naira rate that they should use to convert whatever Dangote's product is, so that it will now become a reprieve to Nigerians with a lower price of the petrol. So it is an arrangement whereby Nigeria's crude will be fed into Dangote Refinery and the products will be brought out for Nigerian use. And there will be a lot of liberty for the NNPCL.
Sorry for cutting you, Mr. Nick, Mr. Agule. I don't see, maybe in my layman's eyes, I don't see how that is a difference, because if it is 1,500 naira, for instance, to $1, Dangote being sold this crude for naira will still be buying 1,500 naira that would have been $1. The only difference is that he's not going to source for it, so it's going to help our naira and all that. But how is it going to help him to make the thing cheaper? Because he's spending the same amount of money to buy the fuel that he could have spent if he were buying in dollars. That's where I want you to explain more.
So exactly. So this is what I'm talking about, conversion rates. It is in the conversion rate that the opportunity presents for both Dangote Refinery and the NNPCL to do a deal that will be more beneficial to Nigerians in terms of the pricing. So if, for instance, they decide that they are going to go on the conversion rate of, say, 1,200 naira, pay me 1,200 naira per dollar of a barrel. That means when the products are produced, the conversion rate should be the same 1,200 naira before they go into the market. So it will help Nigerians, because here we are talking about a situation where the owner of the crude, which is Nigeria, is also the buyer of the product, which is the petrol that comes off it. So if you have yam and you are the one that needs pounded yam, you can do a deal such that the pounded yam is going to be cheaper than what it would have been if it was an arm's length transaction. That's the kind of thing that can happen, and it should happen, because look, what we're dealing with now is catastrophic in terms of, you know, I did a chat yesterday. Which I put out on social media. The NNPCL decided to go and do a price chart where they said, oh, we're buying petrol at 55 cents a liter, and then they used 1,637 naira, which is the highest exchange rate ever you can think about, not even the CBN rate. to convert it, so that they wanted to make the naira as high as possible, and then they put in all sorts of charges, all in a bid to justify themselves that they were buying petrol at high rates from Dangote refinery. And when that thing came out, I did a chart to say, first and foremost, the whole thing that is happening here is the exchange rate. I redid that same chart with the exchange rate on the 26th of May, 2023, which was the last working day before this current administration took power on Monday, 29th of May. The exchange rate, the average exchange rate was 460 naira. And if you use that same NNPC template at 460 naira, the fuel cost came down to 237 naira.
67.
I think 267 or something.
Yeah.
Less than 300. So you cannot see that it is not even the cost of the crude that is the issue. The issue here is that our naira has been allowed to deteriorate to 1,600, and the government that allowed it to happen is the one that needs to correct it. That is the first thing. The second thing that people are not understanding is that if NNPCL is now using Platts, which is the price for products globally, to multiply to market exchange rate and tell Nigerians that this is what you are going to pay, let us not forget that in the UK where I'm sitting now, it is that Platts that people are using to pay for petrol. In the United States, it is that Platts that people are using to pay for petrol. So if you now want us to pay for petrol on Platts, are you paying wages like in the UK and in the US? Because you are now put Nigerians to go to the same market with workers in the UK and in the US, but look at the wage difference. We're talking about 70,000 minimum wage, of which a majority of states have not even started to pay. It is scandalous that as we speak today, do you know that some states did not even upgrade their minimum wage to 30,000? Some states are still paying 18,000. They didn't even make it to 30,000 before we put this 70,000. Whereas a minimum wage worker who is also buying petrol at Platts here in the UK is on £2,000 minimum wage. How much is that in naira? Is that over 4 million? So the man that is earning 4 million naira a month minimum is buying petrol at Platts. Then the man who is earning 70,000, the NNPC say go and buy petrol at Platts. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? How much are they going to throw Nigerians under the bus? Of suffering?
I feel like it has an adverse effect, a negative impact on the people, and the people who are even getting the brunt of it are the consumers, are Nigerians, people who need to buy this product every day. But some other thing that has been said by marketers is Dangote is trying to have a monopoly with the petroleum sector. And I was just reading your analysis where you were talking about the 4 refineries, why they're not working and how they need to start working to have a competitive advantage and a fair deal. Can you just let us know how important this is and how, we're going to have that economies of scale if we have our 4 refineries working, maybe not even all the 4, but if we can refine our own product and have it, are we going to have a competitive advantage over Dangote's whatever price he's giving us at the moment?
You know that, I don't know if it's the Minister of State for Petroleum, the NNPCL, they put out this statement to say, Nigerians will have to buy petrol at market-determined prices. And I say, which market? A market that is only one Dangote refinery that is inside. This is an anomaly. When you talk about a market-determined rate, you're talking about a fully competitive market. If the market is not competitive, then the pricing can never be fair to the consumers. So what Nigeria needs to do urgently is to provide competition to Dangote refinery. And the quickest way we can provide competition to Dangote refineries is to fix our 4 refineries. And President Tinubu, I'm so surprised that he's showing so much patience with the NNPC. President Tinubu, whilst he was out of office, he was not yet a president. He knew that the NNPC have not done anything with our refineries for upwards of 20 years. So it was expected that immediately he came into office, and especially that he's an oil industry man, he should have seen through the emptiness of NNPC as far as our refineries are concerned. And he should have taken decisive action. Like I said, at Eagle Square, where he made the statement, fuel subsidy is gone, which was going to bring hardship on Nigerians. Immediately he got to his office, he should have now started to deal with the refineries, which was now supposed to ameliorate the suffering made by that statement of fuel subsidy is gone. You know, because if we have our 4 refineries working, remember that as we speak today, Dangote just sank $20 billion into Lekki to build a refinery. In every price, in the price of every liter of product that Dangote is producing, a share of that $20 billion is inside, because he has to recover his investment. You know, whereas for our 4 refineries, the entire investment that was put in them has already been recovered. So the pricing of products coming off from our refinery will not have that capital recouping of investment. That is number 1. Number 2, we are already paying staff at these refineries. We are paying staff. Because remember that in Dangote refinery now, the cost of a liter of petrol includes the staff cost is paying to workers. But for us, we have been paying these workers who have been refining 0 barrels. So now, if they are refining, we are not going to take additional cost. We are just going to be getting value out of the salaries we have been paying them already. So it is expected that the petrol that will come off, the petroleum products, generally, that will come off the NNPC run refineries now, or let me call them our refineries, because NNPC doesn't own them. The petroleum products that will come off our refineries will be cheaper, far cheaper than Dangote's products. And if we supply our market with cheap products, Dangote can face the international market. All these West African countries and then Central Africa that the Minister of Finance said our petrol is going to, Dangote can be supplying them with his own products and generating foreign exchange for the Nigerian economy. So the market is there, that our refineries have not worked, 4 refineries, and President Tinubu has been more than a year in office and hasn't done anything about the refineries, doesn't show that he's ready to help Nigerians come off this high cost of petroleum products that we are suffering from.
But it doesn't look like NNPC is trying at all, is willing at all to make Nigerians even smile, because they are the ones that are making it look like it is supposed to be very, very high. Even when Dangote is saying that they didn't sell at a particular price to them, Dangote, according to your calculation, has inflated the price so that Nigerians will think that they are paying so much, spending so much, and then we need to pay so much to get the fuel. I don't know how we can get NNPCL to reason in the way that you're thinking that it should reason. But when you were talking about market, that the market should determine the prices and there's no market in Nigeria, there's also a headline on the paper this morning that said that marketers are mulling the idea of importing fuel, because it seems as if the price for fuel buying from Dangote might even be higher than the one that if they import. So will importation of fuel by independent marketers be the kind of market that will regulate the price or bring back or compete with the Dangote pricing policy?
I have heard that analysis. I also saw a news clip on that. Now, the point here is this. Let us, it's just that the data is shrouded in mystery, in secrecy. Otherwise, You remember that before Dangote Refinery came on board, there was this last hike in petroleum, in the cost of petrol by the NNPCL, such that people are now buying like 960. Like we run a transportation company, we're buying like 960, so we're buying like 960. Now the question is that in that 960, was the NNPCL actually paying subsidy on it? And there is evidence that there could be subsidy, because the NNPCL makes us think that they are landing petrol at more than that. So if the 960 we're buying is not the actual cost of landing the petrol, but it is cost that NNPC are doing shortfall with, as they tell us, then you can see that if you compare that to Dangote Refinery's petrol cost, they could be at par, for instance. So the service there could be a subsidy that is not going to be paid. But you see, if people want to import petrol and come to compete with Dangote Refinery's products, they should be allowed to do so. That is the kind of thing that is going to help Nigeria. You know, that we allow competition and we let people compete in the market. That is when we say we have a market where there's free entry and free exit of operators, and the pricing is done independently based on how each person will make a profit. I always cast people's minds back to NITEL, because it's such a good example. You know, NITEL was the equivalent of our NNPCL today. They were the only people supplying telephone to Nigerians. And this is how they came out with all sorts of racketeering. And in all the budgetary allocations that they got and the staff that they had across the country, they could only supply 500,000 telephone lines to Nigerians. These lines were in in short supply, and the cost of telephone was therefore very high. Telephone became a status symbol. If you are not rich, you can never get it. Just like petrol is now a status symbol for only the rich. And then the NITEL continued giving us press conferences. The Minister of Telecommunications give us press conferences. Remember when in one press conference, one of them said, telephone is not for the poor and all of that. All that has gone down the drain. How? We unbundle the sector, liberalize the sector, allow proper telecoms operators like the MTNs and the Airtels and the Glo to come in. They have now invested over $100 billion into the sector. They have increased the number of telephone lines from the 500,000 to over 200 million active lines today. And because of that, the cost of phone has drastically fallen. And phone is now available to everybody. This is what we need to do in the downstream sector as well. You know, shift the NNPCL aside, give the 4 refineries to 4 different operators, let them bring their money and invest, upgrade the refineries, and by the time they push a lot of petroleum products into the market, the price of petrol will fall to the 200 naira range. I have always said this thing. Why is President Tinubu not doing this? Why is he not doing reform in the downstream sector? He says that by saying fuel subsidy is gone is a reform. No, Mr. President, fuel subsidy is gone is not a reform. It's visiting calamity on Nigeria through high cost of petroleum products. The real reform in the downstream sector is for you to unbundle the sector, to give 4 refineries to 4 different operators, allow competition in the market, deal with electricity, because a huge quantum of the petroleum products today are put inside generators, not inside motor vehicles. And that is putting a lot of pressure on the market as well. You know, so that is what is called reform. When you make the thing better and deliver more value to Nigerians, and not just removing fuel subsidy and throwing us under the bus.
It's unfortunate because this NNPC that we're talking about, we saw that when the president made that pronouncement, fuel subsidy is gone, they are the ones who raised the price, even though their stock was still there. Something, the fuel that they had bought a long time ago was still there, and they were telling us that they could still supply us for 3 months. Even at that, they raised the price so high, and others followed suit.
And they've even raised the price
Yeah.
like even more times now. In the past 1-2 weeks, the price has been increased twice.
They don't even have the interest of the people at heart at all. So I don't know. I keep asking this question all the time, the same answer and all that, but we won't get tired of asking this until maybe one day the president hears us asking this question, and also he asks himself, what is the relevance of NNPCL in the Nigerian life right now?
The NNPCL, as I said, is one of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria today. It's a headache. As you can see, the shenanigans they have engaged themselves in since Dangote announced that he was going to start putting petrol in the market. The NNPCL have succeeded in putting themselves before Dangote and us. And I cannot imagine this thing happening, you know, because Dangote is meant to be a competitor to the NNPCL. The NNPCL is a company set up by Nigerians, owned by Nigerians, that is expected to be operating in the upstream, midstream, and downstream petroleum sector. They should be competing with Dangote refinery. So what has now made NNPCL to come and become an agent? It looks as if they are now an agent of Dangote refinery. Dangote refinery will produce petrol, give it to their agent. Then their agent will now sell it to Nigerians. And President Tinubu, who is the Minister of Petroleum, is watching this thing happen. And we are not yet seeing leadership from him. You know, so at the end of the day, we have been left with an NNPCL that has been cooking us for a long time. Remember, when the Buhari regime came into office, they just went and opened the cupboard of fuel subsidy small, and you saw the dead bodies that were buried there. In terms of the NNPCL saying we brought in ships with petroleum products into Nigeria, ships that never even existed. Some of the ships never visited the West African coast. Not to talk about betting anywhere in Nigeria. The monies were being paid. This is the company that did all that, those kind of things. And this company is still holding us down. For me, I prefer, because there are some people that say, oh, if Dangote refineries sell petrol direct to Nigerians, that we will buy petrol at more than 1,000 naira. That it is because the NNPC is there that the NNPC will not bring it to less than. For me, if you ask me, President Tinubu should remove the NNPCL. Let us buy petrol from Dangote at the real cost. Even if it is that 1,000 naira, let us buy, so long as we know that nobody is paying subsidy on petrol again. Because it is that subsidy they use in eating. That subsidy. You know, the volume we're talking about, like they were talking about, oh, we're going to live 26 million liters per day. Just multiply 5 naira to 26 million. It's more than 100 million. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. So they have been eating from this business, and they don't want to let it go. And President Tinubu should just take them out of this business. You know, so for me, the president needs to show leadership here. Nigerians are groaning under the yoke of these people, and he has to save us.
So I just wanted to talk about the numbers a little bit, because you were saying that we keep having to buy this product at Platts rate, right? So with the Platts rate, when we've seen so many increase in a couple of months, does that mean that the Platts rate increases every single time? And meaning that for every single time that it's been increased, we always have to buy it at that current rate? And is there anything the government can do to ensure that we buy this product at a more affordable rate instead of the Platts rate?
So the Platts will change with a change in the oil price, the crude oil price. Because if crude oil price changes, the price will change. That is why if you go to a properly deregulated market, like here in the UK, you discover that the price of petrol, per liter, keeps changing, you know, and you can have petrol stations opposite each other, and they'll be carrying different prices, probably because of the way either they are managing their efficiencies, their logistics, or the stock that they have in place, and all of that. I saw an analyst, he sat on a major station, and I was saying, oh, the UK government subsidizing petrol. I was hitting myself. I said, where is this man coming from? Everybody had just become an emergency petroleum economist. The man didn't know that in a liter of petrol we buy here in the UK, about 60% is taxation. Instead of subsidy, the government is taxing the petrol and then using the money to put into public transportation. You know, these are the kind of things the Tinubu government needs to do. Assuming we have public transportation, like you're in Lagos, assuming there are trains, Lagos even have trains. Look at the city like Abuja, where people are coming from Gwagwarada, from Cuba, coming from everywhere, in their cars and buses. If those workers were taken by trains, those cars will be parked at home. So there will be less pressure on consumption of petroleum products. You know, because one train can carry 2,000 workers to work.
Yeah.
And if we talk about 2,000 workers, that could probably be like 200, 300, 400 cars off the road. People are going to work and coming. So this analyst sat on TV and said, oh, go to UK, they are spending billions to subsidize petrol. And I said, where is this man coming from? He doesn't know that in a liter of petrol we buy here, 40% is duty, fuel duty. Then 20% is VAT. You know, then the government takes that money, government then uses that money to provide public transportation so that people can just be going to work with trains, with buses, with trams, with ferries, with overland trains, with a light rail. Everything is there. So that then they fix the roads for those who are on the roads, you know. So this is the kind of thing that government needs to do. When you say reform, the reform has to be thorough. It has to be holistic. It has to be, it has to be able to deliver better results to Nigerians. But the reform, the so-called reforms that the Tinubu government says they have been embarking upon, each of them is bringing more hardship on Nigerians. You say fuel subsidy is gone. It increased petrol prices from less than 200 naira to 1,000 we're talking about now. You hike interest rate, makes the cost of borrowing higher. The manufacturer transfer the cost into the price of goods and services. You hike electricity tariff. It brings more hardship with people now, you know. So, and you call this thing reform? These are not reforms, you know. Like electricity, if you want to reform electricity, you know that we are on 3,000 megawatts. That's too small for our economy. So you now unbundle the sector, you attract investment to come in so that we will generate electricity to at least 25,000 megawatts, 50,000 megawatts, and grow to 100,000 megawatts. We have a plan to do that. Because without electricity, like Tony Elumelu told them recently, without electricity, development is impossible. You know, so that's just what reforms are.
Without affordable electricity. Without affordable
I think that's the key
electricity. Because if you say just electricity, it's people who are on Band A are now fighting for them to be removed from Band A because they can't afford it anymore. Yeah. People who were paying maybe like 5,000 naira per flat in the place that they are living are now paying from 30 to 40,000 per flat. You know, they are paying electricity for, it's crazy. So people are some houses I go to, they remove their meter in the morning, like let anybody not even go and make a mistake and all that. So if light is not affordable, then there's no point having what you cannot buy.
And so in Yamgo, the electricity is unaffordable because it's not enough. Remember that when NITEL was supplying us only 500,000 active lines, I sold my wife's line for 150,000 naira in Abuja over 20 years ago.
Fairly
But
useful.
now that the lines have
And now
increased to
it's about 500 naira.
200 million, they are now cheaper. So if electricity is now 3,000, and it is only from that 3,000 megawatts, you want to make enough money to pay all the successor companies in the sector, a unit cost of electricity will be so high. If you increase that output to 30,000, the unit cost is bound to go down. That's the way it works. And the only way you can increase the electricity to 30,000 is if you put in more money, capital expenditure, which we call capex. You must put in capex. The question the
Please
minister
let me
of
understand
power
this. Let me just understand this.
has not asked the electricity companies is how much capex have they put in?
Let me
How much
understand this,
capex?
Chris.
If they are putting capex, the output should go up. Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand. I know we're talking about fuel and all that, but you're an energy expert and you're touching on electricity as well. People don't understand, including myself, because I'm not an expert in that, where we are now talking about producing more electricity so that we'll have more than the 3,000 megawatts that we have in Nigeria. And on the other hand, we also talk about the fact that sometimes electricity is produced so much, but it is not being put into use.
Yeah.
People don't buy it, the discos or whatever don't buy it. So how does that really work? That we want more electricity, but anytime it is produced even more, we cannot use it and all that. How does that even, does it work?
And Nyamgu, you are very correct that we are not talking energy matters. Because like we said, lack of electricity is impacting on even the petroleum sector.
Yeah.
Because all the diesel and the petrol put into generator would not have been if electricity was there. So let me now tell you something, Nyamgu. Anywhere in Nigeria where you see a generator, from the Abeta Pass my neighbor own to the 500 kVA capacity, or you see a solar system, or an inverter or anything, anywhere you see that in Nigeria, that is demand for electricity that is not being met by the public power companies. That's demand for electricity. The people who are installing the generators and the solar system and inverters, it's costing them a lot more to do that, the alternative power, than if they were to buy cheap electricity. So you are correct to say that the 3,000 megawatts, as miserly as it is, when it is produced, some of the discos don't take it. And you know why they don't take it? Because these discos have not invested money to expand their distribution networks. They don't even have money to buy meters and install for their consumers. They don't even have money to buy transformers. So when they take electricity, the electricity becomes stranded and they can't sell it. And that is why they refuse to take it. And the reason is because none of these discos has got the money to do electricity business in Nigeria. Go to Corporate Affairs Commission. All of them were incorporated hurriedly when President Jonathan started the reforms in the power sector. These are politicians who just went and took these disco licenses. If there is any one disco in Nigeria, I think there are 9 or 11 of them. Can you show me one of them that was already doing power business before they seized the disco license in Nigeria? Not one. It's not like the MTNs who were doing telecoms business before. They had the technical know-how, they had the expertise, they had the technology, they had the money. They could draw on money from other geographies where they were operating. They came to Nigeria and sank over 100 billion. These discos did not sink kobo. And that is why there is no difference between them and NEPA. You can clearly see the difference between MTN and NITEL. Can you tell the same difference between a Ikeja distribution company and NEPA? No. So these are the areas that I thought President Tinubu was going to go straight into.
Okay.
Yeah. President Tinubu needs to bring reforms into the sector, unbundle the sector, and hand over the license, disco licenses to more competent
Okay.
and capitalized companies, power operators to come in and help us.
All right, Nick.
right.
All right, Nick. We've talked energy matters, not just petrol right now, but unbundling is the watchword for all these discussions in the energy sector, whether it's for petrol or crude or for
Electricity.
and all that. So it's unbundling that is the major thing. I hope that this president will have the political will to do this. Already, petrol is impacting on a dual election, and whoever knows how it will be in 2027. We don't know how that will pan out. But our time has run out, Nick. We'd like to thank you for coming on the show this morning.
Thank you so very much and have a nice
Thank
day.
you, sir.
You too. Have a nice
Thank
day.
you.
We've been talking with Nick Gule, an expert in energy matters and a public affairs analyst as well. We're looking at the back and forth in the Dangote refinery and talking a lot of all other things. We digressed a little bit into power as well, and it's same old, same old. We were discussing the same thing, and the people need to sit up, those who govern us need to sit up. And I was worried in his analysis when he said that in UK, a daily wage of a worker can buy 135 liters of fuel, daily wage, and then 73 liters can be bought
just
by
for Nigerians.
Nigeria, who is earning
Look at the
70,000. Look, it's crazy, and our people keep saying, other places is very costly, other places is like this. Are we also following them in other things that they are doing? Well, this is how much we can go. Don't give up hope. We can also renew our hope one day. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Nyamgula Gaji.
My name is Roma Paulson. We'll see you again tomorrow. Have an amazing day.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, And if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean. And at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well. And of course, we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, the same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk, on the table, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've given you a napkin, it's for your hands. Wipe your hands down because you're about to eat. Then guess what happens? You see them using the same napkin to wipe their face, to wipe their hair. I've seen them do this. I'm like, oh, this is not the bathroom. So it's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I'm brave enough to do that. And most times when I finish speaking to the person says sorry, because maybe at the time they were doing it, they didn't realize how bad it was and the consequences to another person. But most times you find that they are truly sorry because it just didn't come down to that.
The rules of behavior when we're in public vary from culture to culture.
If you've ever been to Singapore and you're in a public train or any public environment, you're not allowed to chew chewing gum. And they made it a law. And so now people are very conscious. Don't chew chewing gum, you get fined, you can be imprisoned. So they've made it part and parcel of their life.
However, culture is an ever-evolving phenomenon that changes as the needs of the people changes. We all have rights, but it has limitations where the exercise of your rights begins to infringe on the rights of others. Behaviors such as playing music or videos loudly on your phone in public, receiving calls loudly in public places, or even blowing horns arbitrarily can be seen as offensive. Here are some common etiquette to take note of in public. Offer up your seat. If you're in perfectly good health, offer your seat to anyone who is either in poor health or pregnant. Make commuting easier for those who need it. Let the waiter come to you. Never yell or wave your hand at a waiter while dining. Make their job easier by being patient or politely get their attention when they pass by. Know your audience. Be aware of who's around before engaging in hot topics. Respecting people's sensibilities is the proper way to behave. Make sure to tip. Tipping is essential for certain employees to make a decent income. Make sure to leave a tip as a token of your gratitude whenever possible. even services you might not think of, like a haircut or dog grooming. Say excuse me. It's the polite thing to do when you bump into someone. Even if you're not really the one to blame, why not just avoid conflict and brush off the situation? Use a coaster. Spilling isn't the only way to make a mess with your cold beverage. Say please and thank you, especially to those closest to you. Smile at the cashier, the bank teller, the security man, your co-worker, even if he or she doesn't smile back. Hold the door for the person behind you, and if someone holds the door for you, remember to say thank you. Step outside to answer your phone calls. Sometimes you have to take an important call. It is important to step outside to take your call because it's not fun to hear your conversation when we're trapped behind you in a line. Give people a pass. Cranky salesperson, nasty driver, you have no idea what's going on with that person right now. You don't have to reward ugly behavior with your own nastiness, which only perpetuates the cycle. Look at the person who's speaking to you. It is polite to listen to people who are talking to you and not just type away on your smartphone. Let someone go in front of you in line. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Put your smartphone away during meals. Be on time. Ask before posting. Not everyone wants to be all over social media, and you're not a reporter, so stop spreading the news. Keep the noise down at work. Silence the ringer on your phone. Speak quietly and turn the sound down on your dinging emails so it's not bugging everyone you work with. Wash your hands after using the bathroom. Park your shopping cart on the side of the aisle. Ask permission to use someone's first name. Clean up after yourself, at home, at work, at a friend's house. Ask before bringing a guest. Don't assume they're automatically invited no matter how well you know your host or hostess. Stay at home when you're sick. Reach out to people who are grieving. Don't pretend nothing happened. If you don't know what to do or say, you can simply say you're sorry. Let people get off the elevator first before you get on. The same rules apply to trains and buses. Silence your smartphone at the movies and stop crinkling that candy wrapper so loudly while you're at it. Help someone who's clearly struggling. The next time you see someone straining to reach something on the highest shelf at the grocery store, help him or her out. Skip controversial or nosy topics at parties. Politics, religion, or asking when they're getting pregnant or how much weight they lost. Those topics are sensitive and should be off the table. When you enter a room, greet everyone. Return calls. If someone takes the time to leave you a voicemail, take the time to call him or her back. Use an earphone or headphone in public while scrolling through social media. From a very young age, we are asked what we would like to become when we grow up. And you're expected to have just one answer. Children deciding to be more than one diverse thing evokes frown lines on the faces of adults because the path to being a doctor is at odds with the path to being a musician. However, there are many people who are genuinely curious about so many things around them, and to choose just one thing out of their many curiosities and interests is unsettling. They soon discover that they are bored and want to pursue more things. Some people may refer to these people as confused. However, the term used to refer to such people is multi-potentialites or polymaths or the Renaissance man.
A multi-potentialite is someone with many interests and creative pursuits.
The idea of the Renaissance man or polymath came about during the Renaissance period and is the idea that anyone who applies themselves can be exceptional at poetry, art, science, mathematics, athletics, and any other field that catches their attention. Oyindamola studied human resources at the University of Lagos and graduated top 2 in her class. Since graduation, she has dabbled into music, acting, social media manager, digital marketing, content marketing, coding, freelance UX designer, and art.
For me, when it comes to passions, things that don't have to do with money, I work maybe, I can say once a week or on weekends.
I have my easel here, so I do my paintings. If it has to do with resume writing business, I set up a schedule that enables me to work on that. I have people that work with me. You know, once a client comes in, there's step-by-step process. It's been assigned. You know, we have processes. So these things, this structure helps me, keeps my life in focus. Everything, you know, has a structure. And sometimes I don't like, I go with the flow as well. I can just wake up, you know, I have my stylus pen here and I'm just like, I feel like drawing on my phone. So this is always by my bedside table. And I can just spend like the first 2 hours after waking up just focusing on drawing. So sometimes I take the structured approach and sometimes I just go with the flow.
The term might be new, but humanity has seen many Renaissance men, who include Leonardo da Vinci, who was active as a painter, draftsman, engineer, scientist, theorist, sculptor, and architect. While his fame initially rested on his achievements as a painter, he also became known for his notebooks, in which he made drawings and notes on a variety of subjects, including anatomy, astronomy, botany, cartography, painting, and paleontology. Leon Battista Alberti, who was an Italian Renaissance humanist, author, artist, architect, poet, priest, linguist, philosopher, and cryptographer. Benjamin Franklin, who was an American polymath, was active as a writer, scientist, inventor, statesman, diplomat, printer, publisher, forger, and political philosopher. Thomas Jefferson, who was an American statesman, diplomat, lawyer, architect, philosopher, slaver, and founding father who served as the third president of the United States from 1801 to 1809. Confusion, uncertainty, and always being a beginner is one of the many problems the multi-potentialites faces.
I've always been confused all my life. Ever since I was a teenager. I remember there was one time we had a camp in church and, you know, they were talking about career. You know, some people knew what they wanted to do, you know, photography, this and that. I didn't know what I wanted to do because my course was chosen for me. What I was interested in didn't seem viable. I wanted to be an artist. I never had any formal training in arts, but I wasn't allowed to do that. So I've always been confused because I'm good at a lot of things. People tell me, oh, you're such a good singer. Oh, you can draw. Oh, you can write beautifully. I was writing poems, I was writing stories. So which one will I do? I asked all the older people around me. They all say the same thing. Focus on one thing. If you focus on one, but I'm not the kind of person that can still my mind and focus on one thing.
It's easy to see your multi-potentiality as a limitation or an affliction that you need to overcome. But what I've learned through speaking with people and writing about these ideas on my website is that there are some tremendous strengths to being this way.
In the modern world, where a common job might require someone to be a social media expert, public speaker, writer, and data analyst, the polymath wins and the deep subject matter expert is relegated to a back corner to be used as a resource for others, explained Jake Chapman in Specialization, Polymaths, and the Pareto Principle in the Convergence Economy. Although specialization has certain economic advantages, in the era of technological convergence, well-educated generalists will be those who are the most valuable. Emily Wapnick explains the multi-potentialite superpowers in her TED Talk.
Fast Company magazine identified adaptability as the single most important skill to develop in order to thrive in the 21st century. The economic world is changing so quickly and unpredictably that it is the individuals and organizations that can pivot in order to meet the needs of the market that are really going to thrive. Idea synthesis, rapid learning, and adaptability. 3 skills that multi-potentialites are very adept at.
Fever is a clinical condition where there is an elevation of the body temperature above normal. Many times, the regular body temperature is between 35.5 degrees Celsius to about 37.4 degrees Celsius. Anything above that can be classified as fever. In some cases, there's a difference between fever and hyperthermia, especially when the person has been exposed to a hot environment, coming out from a hot sun, or a natural raised body temperature. But aside that, once there's a raise in body temperature beyond 37.4, you can classify that as fever. There are several causes of fever in children. One of them includes sepsis. Sepsis means the invasion of the body by microbes, by bacteria, or by microbes generally, which could be either bacteria, fungi, or even virus, right? That is sepsis. Okay, it could be parasitemia, especially more in our local environment where there's malaria. Okay, it could cause fever. Other conditions could be dehydration is one major cause of fever. Just like your regular car, when there's an overheating, you know that the water is drying up. Same way it is even in a child, especially when they are dehydrated, they are prone to having fever. These are the major causes of fever. There are several other causes of fever that can happen, but key factors are: one, sepsis, which is the invasion of microbes, and especially when there are open wounds, where maybe there's poor hygiene in situations where there's stooling and vomiting. There could be inhalation of microbes. An example, in cases of asthma, bronchopneumonia, there would always be fever. So most of these clinical conditions where there are infective causes will produce fever. Other causes, like I've just said, parasitemia, things like especially malaria, will produce fever. And lastly, dehydration will produce fever. Well, practically, fever in itself is a symptom. So what are the symptoms to look out for in fever? Is the raised body temperature. But more importantly, when there is a raised body temperature, it comes occasionally with some degree of weakness, some degree of unwellness. Many other times, the fever could come with thirst. There could be a need for a lot of thirst. That's when you also know that dehydration is one of the causes. One of the other things to look out for is any other surrounding symptom around that fever. And of course, any other surrounding symptom. For an example, open wounds, like I've said, and any form of infection. First, every mother should have a thermometer. You don't say that my child has fever because you touched the child. Oof, it's hot. Fever is not measured by your hand. It's measured by a certain device called a thermometer. And it's simple. There's a handheld thermometer and there is the thermometer, the auxiliary thermometer or the mercury thermometer. Now, this particularly tells you this fever. The moment you notice fever in your child, that's not when you're rushing to get all kinds of syrup. The first thing is to expose that child. Now, one thing I failed to mention is that fever sometimes could come with chills, depending on the age of the child, come with chills. In worsened situations for older children, it could come with rigor. So that person, the child is feeling cold and asking to turn off all the fan, and in other conditions is already shaking. Now, this shakiness is because the body is trying to produce heat, and so is vibrating, all right? Now, when you notice that, because the child is feeling cold, doesn't necessitate covering and turning on the fan. No, that's even when you expose. That's when you want to tepid sponge. Tepid sponging means dipping a towel into normal water and tabbing over the body. It's not bathing with cold water or ice-blocked water, right? So you use normal water and tepid sponge, wrap around until that temperature comes down. If that temperature is not able to come down with that, you can advance to the use of simple drugs like paracetamol. The use of paracetamol has almost no contraindication, especially if you follow the prescription. So when you use it the first time, you could do as much as 6 hourly, all right? But if you do for 1, 2, 3 times, and this fever is relapsing and going and coming back with the use of paracetamol, I think that's the right time to go to your doctor. Now, many times many mothers want to use ibuprofen. I don't recommend that you go as far as using ibuprofen. You could use it, but use it on your way to the hospital to see your doctor. So basically, fever is one of the most predominant conditions in children, and it can if not properly managed, especially in children between the ages of 6 months to 6 years, it can result into something we call febrile convulsion, where the child begins to shake, and of course that damages the brain. So in other words, you must prevent the escalation of fever by constantly controlling it. And if you do that for 24 to 48 hours and that child is not getting better, I advise you go see your doctor. My final word is that fever is not a symptom on its own. Many things cause it. You don't treat the fever, you treat the cause of fever. Fever many times comes with association, and you want to find out what are the other associations. And when you take a close history, you see that that fever has progressed into something else, maybe cough, maybe stooling, maybe diarrhea. These symptoms help the clinician to find out what is wrong with the patient. Urinary tract infection is simply infection of the urinary tract. So the body is divided into systems. And of course, you have, just like you have the digestive system, neurologic system, you have the urinary tract or urinary system, which is made up of the kidneys, the ureter, the bladder, and the urethra. Okay, these 4 parts form the urinary system. Any infection in any part of the system is what we simply call the urinary tract infection. Basically, every infective organism can cause urinary tract infection. The most common ones are your bacteria, your fungi, and viruses. You have virus infections that can cause urinary tract infection. You have fungi that can cause, especially in immunocompromised individuals. For example, people on high levels of suppressants, immunosuppressants, or high levels of chemotherapies, or patients who have come down with retroviral infections. Then, in very common cases, are bacterial infections that cause urinary tract infection, which are the common ones that we see. So you have things like Streptococcus, you have things like H. influenza, you have things like E. coli. In worst cases, you have Klebsiella, and of course, all of these bacteria can actually cause urinary tract infection. When they affect the different levels of the body, they have their different symptoms. So some of them get as far as the kidneys, cause things like pyelonephritis, and it further goes down to damaging symptoms. Okay, so it can be caused by bacteria, fungi, viruses are the commonest one. Protozoas can also cause it, and sometimes worms infections. 5 major steps actually preventing urinary tract infections. Number 1 is maintaining a good hygiene. Hygiene has been seen to be implicated in urinary tract infections, and if you are not very careful with, especially with the underwears, you can recurrently cause urinary tract infection. And then, of course, with the areas of sanitation, the restrooms are very implicative. And even in, partners, sexual partners, sometimes you may need to be very cautious. Okay, so basically hygiene. Oftentimes you see ladies not properly, use their underwears, or sometimes they don't even use it or properly wash. So it's usually recommended that they wash recurrently with maybe a hypo, a sanitizer, as it were, or a jig, a detergent, and sometimes even iron. Okay, the reason for ironing is to give the heat if you don't want to discard completely. All right. Other prevention mechanisms includes proper dieting. Okay. When we eat right, we prevent a lot of things. Sometimes when we do a lot of sugar, you provide a habitable environment for these microbes to grow. All right. A lot of sugar. Yeah. Sometimes we even think that high protein diets are very effective, but no, you further even provide, because you see, improper dieting, you alter the pH of the body. This pH of the body is what is responsible for the maintaining a proper environment that organisms does not grow. When you distort it, certain organisms now begin to thrive in places where they're not supposed to thrive. The third thing is water. Hydration, good level of hydration, okay, keeps us consistently cleansed out. The fourth one is, it's been said that especially in women, they ought to clean from front to back. Rather, yes, from front to back, not from back to front. Okay, that's the proper way of cleaning. And then there's been some drinks that have been used in, especially berry drinks, cranberry drinks, have been very effective in the GI. So if you have drinks that have the cranberry or berry nectar, you have a good chance of preventing it. Some other ways of preventing: regular testing, you can prevent your urinary tract infections. Yeah. The symptoms of urinary tract infections includes a recurrent urge to want to use the restroom. You have that recurrent, and sometimes it could be very little amount of urine that could come out. You could have burning sensation in the process of urinating. You could have, itchiness. You could have cloudy urine. Sometimes discolored urine that could either be red or dark coke colored and all that. And then one other thing, pain, especially lower abdominal pain. One of the classical symptoms, lower abdominal pain. For men, you could see, of course, some burning sensations on trying to urinate. Usually not so much. And then they could also have discharge, but that happens more with sexually transmitted infections. Now, the point about improper treatment, especially in females, is that it's responsible for high levels of infertility when it's not properly treated. The bad part of urinary tract infection is that it takes a quiet stage and right there in the body, and many people walk away, especially guys, especially men. They feel that they're good, and so it takes a quiet stage, and then over time, it's the cause of, or they become transmitters. Then the women eventually are the ones who come down with the symptoms, but they or never come down with the symptoms at all, and then life is good. The treatment plan for urinary tract infections can last for more than 2 weeks. It's important that you do not prescribe or you do not recommend yourself many of these roadside drugs that people do, especially when you hear things like Staph aureus and stuff. No, none of that is just very unacceptable. In the treatment of urinary tract infections, you get tested first and you get drugs that are sensitive to these infections. Now, for some reasons, when adequate doses of these drugs are not taken, especially to completion, like I said to you, many times the treatment could last for as much as 2 weeks because of the level for where they are. The urinary tract infection is one of the lowest parts of the body, all right? So you have to do that long. If you don't do that, you begin to grow resistant strains of these microbes, and then you have to do it again and again. But the next time you're coming back to hit it, you don't get the same response like you got the first time. So it's important that whenever you're going to get treated, you treat for a very long time, and as much as 2 weeks, sometimes injections first, and then you complete the dosage with a couple of tablets that are sensitive to the organism. Whenever there is recurrence of urinary tract infection, it's important that you pay attention to hygiene. Check hygiene levels very importantly, and that simply means that you may want to discard all underwears and replace them, have proper baths. Just pay more attention. Number one, you never treat urinary tract infections without trying to treat your partner. It's important that you check out your partner, especially when it is one partner. Okay, if there's multiple partners, you just have to do something about that. All right. Okay, but then you want to also pay attention to your partner. The second and the third important thing is to check your fluid balance and all the other exogenous things you take. Now, when you're treating with the drugs, I recommend that you do injections first and then you do orals. Many times orals don't get as deep and as far as what the injections will do. So even when you see sensitivity for certain drugs, you want to try the injections first. For me, I practice for 5 days minimum, and then subsequently, the books sometimes say up to 7 days. All right, and you do subsequently you do the injections. When you do that, you get a better result because of the penetrating capacity of injections compared to tablets. Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach, all right? The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein, okay? So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just...
Hepatitis is a major global...
Now, economists have warned that the rising inflation rate in the country is driving households to adopt a spending pattern that prioritizes current consumption over savings and investment. The shift could lead to a higher poverty rate. Now, responding to a recent household expectation survey by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, economists said that failing to save could leave people vulnerable to economic shocks, further worsening poverty. Now, the CBN report showed that households are allocating the largest portion of their income to food, a trend that could persist through this year and potentially extend into next year if inflation continues. The data indicates that Nigerians spend 54.9% of their income on food and other household items, as well as medical expenses, while making no provisions for savings or investment. This financial behavior reflects a common struggle faced by many people, determining the right balance between paying down debt and building up savings. Eliminating high-interest debt in a timely manner can reduce the total interest paid and free up funds for other purposes. However, insufficient emergency savings can lead to further credit card debt when unexpected expenses arise. On today's show, we will explore this trend and its implications for Nigerian households. Welcome, I'm your host, Justin Akadonye. Before we get into the conversation proper, the She-enabled sensitization program organized by the Enterprise Growth and Opportunities Foundation market women in Tejosho were encouraged to leverage simple technological tools to scale up their businesses and drive growth. The event held at the Tejosho market in Lagos and aimed to empower women entrepreneurs. Details now. Nigeria is experiencing inflation. Most women are depressed and struggling with their businesses. They are helpless and most of them are victims of mismanagement due to lack of proper financial management. So it is apt that these young people from the Ego Foundation take time to distribute multilingual pamphlets on the importance of maintaining and reading or computerized records of their sales and stock.
And this is what I know I'm able to make. These are the things that we want to teach you. That I sell this thing.
Back here at this hall, women listen with rapt attention on how they can be financially included with the help of their mobile phones. The session is interactive.
I think they will charge about 800 and something, let's say 1,000 naira.
Then how do you reach out to those kind of group members?
Roland Ajetomobi is a serial entrepreneur. He is here to share knowledge and insights with the market women and entrepreneurs on the best way to go.
At the moment you are able to have a mobile device and you can subscribe to that device with internet and data, and you also have a bank account, you can use that device to make money.
Toluwaṣe Olaniyan is a convener. He shares the idea behind desensitization and also speaks on plans to extend the program to other markets.
And for us, it is instructive at this time, right, and very, very important, helping women, supporting women through becoming better at their businesses. Of course, around where we have large markets and on the south communities. So we've been to Alimosho, been to Mushin. So the next stop will be, we're going to Ikorodu, we're going to, Fai, Egbeda, Badagry. Places where we can harness a large number of businesses. It's almost natural for women to be excluded, financially. A few people feel it's expensive. Few people feel it's for the high class. So what we're trying to now do is to take it to the inner roots and help them understand the essence of this and how this can become a lot better.
This petty trader is overjoyed about the knowledge learned. She, like other women, are speaking with one voice on how their horizon have been expanded.
I'm happy because I know that the various women that comes here will be benefited.
You need to mix to have people they can afford what you are selling on your status. In your group or your WhatsApp, your Facebook.
I'm not limited to these shop things of a thing. I can easily broadcast it online and how to also reach out to other group members.
Felicia and Olajumoke are just few out of many who have benefited from the She Enabled program, which aims to help women improve their trade, showcase their businesses on digital platforms, upgrade their bookkeeping skill, and at the same time get connected to advisors and global funding opportunities. All right, welcome back now. Just before you decide whether to prioritize debt repayment or savings, you must first thoroughly understand your current financial situation. Only by assessing your exact standing can you determine the best path forward. Now, public affairs analyst Mustafa Iwinla joins me now for more discussion on this. Thanks for joining me, Mustafa.
Thank you for having me.
All right, it is really, really sad to note that the bulk of what Nigerians spend right now is actually on food items and other households like medical and all that. People are pushing savings or investments to the background. Even some, they don't even consider saving anymore. They just live from month to month, whatever they get, so long as they can put food on the table for their household. At least that is sufficient for them. How do you react to all of that?
Well, thank you for having me, Justin. So again, our conversation today is a very vital one because we've all witnessed the hardship that virtually all Nigerians are going through as we speak, and even the rich are also crying right now because living is becoming almost impossible. Just 2 days ago, I lost a friend of mine who committed suicide.
Whoa.
Because the wife left him because he has financial challenges, and this guy woke up, wrote a note, and took his life just on Tuesday. Just on Monday. So that tells us that people are going through a lot of hardship right now.
So we have to even start checking on people's mental health.
We have to start checking on people. Divorce rate is alarming. unemployment rate is alarming, crime rate is alarming, poverty is also increasing by the day. So it brings us to a state where a lot of people needs to be checked on every other time. People are going through a lot of difficulties right now. And that's because if you look at what has happened, you see, I think our government, to be very honest, for me, I'm very disappointed. And that's because most of our policies, like we have always said, are policies that are taking us aback as a country. The genesis of this whole hardship and poverty started when fuel subsidy was removed last year. Cost of energy went up. And as soon as the cost of energy went up, the prices of other goods and services and food items went up. Insecurity is also a problem that led us to where we are today. Our local farmers cannot even go to farm freely because of the fear of getting kidnapped on the road or getting killed on the road by kidnappers or insurgents or what have you. So savings right now is almost very impossible. That's the honest truth. Savings right now, having any savings right now, because a lot of people have started dipping hands in their personal savings just to augment for the difference in the food hike. And, you know, look at what has happened last week. Price of fuel was increased from what we used to pay to almost to 1,000 naira per liter.
Some even buy more than that in some states.
Some are buying 1,200 naira per liter. So these are issues. So as soon as first, so I think that one of the major mistakes that this government made was removing fuel subsidy without having any proper plan in place to augment or to cushion that effect of removing fuel subsidy. And what is happening now, what is playing out now is the ripple effect on the economy.
One would have even thought that because as at this morning, you know,
Yes.
the price of oil in the international market had actually dropped to about $70 per barrel. That's the West, the one in the UK, Brent crude and all of that, in the US rather. But the challenge is that over time, if the forces of demand and supply had gone into play before now, Nigeria should even be buying fuel, you know, at a cheaper rate, knowing that the price internationally has gone up. I know countries like Kenya, South Africa, you know, are doing same. You know, when the prices drop internationally, over time too, it also drops in the local market. But then it's as though the forces of demand and supply economically or economic parameters and statistics don't just apply with the Nigerian factor.
So that will happen. So, and I think that if for those who are economists, if you have seen what has been playing out since 2022, in 2022, our gross domestic product was about $472 billion US, which was the highest in Africa as at that time. Now, fast forward to this year, our gross domestic product is $253 billion US. So you see the ratio of decline is very, very alarming. A country like Algeria has a GDP of $266 billion US. Algeria has just 49 million people. Nigeria, we are over 232 million people, because some people keep saying 220. I think we've moved from, if you even ask me, I think we've even moved from that 220 to 230 or 240 or 250, but I think a census will help us in that area. But I can tell you for sure that we're more than 220 million in Nigeria. So Algeria has 49 million people, and they're doing better than Nigeria with a GDP of 2 to 6 billion US. Nigeria right now, we are 253 billion US, which is like the fourth in Africa. So that's why I said it last week that we have lost that positions to where we call ourselves, oh, we're giant of Africa. We're not giant in anything right now. So I think if our government really wants to helping or solving this situation is not by sharing bag of rice. Sharing bag of rice to everybody or selling bag of rice at 40,000 naira per bag, those are not solutions. The solution is for the government to provide jobs. The solution is for the province to create an enabling environment for small-scale business owners. The solution is for the government to reduce the pump price, reduce the cost of energy. In a country where we pay so much for energy, I live in Lekki Phase 1. Yesterday, I practically slept in darkness. No light, a place like Lekki Phase 1. So you can imagine those living in the rural areas. That means those ones will be living in darkness for almost forever.
Okay, so what really happens, you know, with this current scenario? Because you said that it's not by distributing bags of rice to the household. You know, because elementary economics that we were taught back in the day, people demand money basically for transactionary, for precautionary and speculative. Speculative basically because of investment. You like, let me put money here in 30 days or in 90 days, I could make this, which is speculative. But right now it's basically about transactional from day to day and all of that. So what happens now when, Nigerians are spending the bulk of all they have on food? What happens up to saving for the rainy day, or maybe in case something comes up and they really need money to sort out, or they need finances to sort out those issues that were not planned? Because right now we still have challenges with health insurance and all of that. Most people, they pay for their medical bills from out of their pockets.
So I've said it, savings right now is almost impossible. In a situation where our current food inflation right now is about almost 39.53%. General inflation is well over 30%. So how do you want to have savings in this kind of environment where, and we're still talking about the minimum wage of 30,000 naira, 70,000 naira. So just, I think we need to live in our realities. It is very difficult to have any savings right now. The only people that can boast of savings right now are maybe our politicians or people who perhaps have other streams of income.
Okay.
But that's why I was telling Nigerians also, you might be a salary earner, but I think it's high time you look outward by having other streams of income to augment your salary that you're collecting. Don't take your salary and exhaust everything from month to month to month. Take part of it, invest in other small scale businesses that will be generating income for you. That's the way to go now. Because from that salary right now, it's very difficult to have any savings if you're not careful. CBN is saying that Nigerians are spending 54% on food, medicals, and other essential needs. That's the truth. From my own opinion, I even think it's more than 55% because if I have to take myself as an example, we spent on essential need, food, medicals, and clothing and all that, rent and all that. I can say that we're spending almost 90% on.
Okay, so this is a very dire situation that the country and the households are really facing. So what are the real implications? Like, Nigerians cannot really say, for obvious reasons, what they have cannot really take them home. Their take home, like most people would say, cannot take them home. So what happens to the economy? What happens to the household? What happens to to the industries? Because most of the times they would actually rely from savings that are deposited in the banks. So banks can actually loan out to the various aspects of the economy. So what happens really? What are the ripple effects that we are likely to see when savings and investments are dwindling?
Yes. So the ripple effects, I've mentioned some of them. The ripple effects are very, very many. And what will happen is that we will now see an increased spate of people who are struggling to live, who are suicidal. I've shared a case of a friend who committed suicide just few days ago on Monday. We will now begin to see an increased rate in crime rates. We will now begin to see an increased rate in the rate of unemployment, because as it is, even business owners are struggling to even pay salaries. Just like the government is struggling to pay salaries, business owners, individual business owners are also struggling to pay salaries. We have state governments who haven't paid salaries for months. Just so the same way we have individual business owners also who are struggling to pay salaries because there's no business. Everybody is feeling the pinch. So those that will naturally bring business to your doorsteps are even finding it difficult to generate business these days. So it's difficult. The economy is right now I can say is moving to a comatose. That's the honest truth. So because now for somebody who runs this organization with a sum of say 100,000 naira monthly before first subsidy was removed, now you are spending almost $1 million or even close to 900,000 naira to run the same business, and at a very huge cost, and there's no inflow. So a lot of businesses are falling back to debt now. They're in debt, and that's why the economy is becoming more harsher than it used to be. So I think that we cannot, as a country, if we really want to move this country forward, we cannot continue in this order. The government, again, needs to give business owners a sort of grant, loans, for them to be able to function properly. We've seen what happened during COVID-19. Loans were given out in the guise of COVID-19 loan. A lot of business owners did not receive that loan. Everything was scuffled somewhere along the line. And these things did not happen in the United Kingdom. People got loans. Even businesses that were not functional in the UK got as high as £50,000 loans. Just make sure you have a registered business name. they were giving loans, and they give them ample time for repayment. But in Nigeria, what we are seeing is government is announcing that they're giving out loans. Some people are siphoning the loans. The loans are not getting to those who actually need them. We've seen even the issue of the bag of rice they keep sharing. For the smallest things, they share bag of rice. We're talking about first subsidy, the government will share bag of rice. We're talking about every slightest issue we have. The only thing they think of is give them food, they'll keep quiet. No, we're not hungry Nigerians. What we want to see is a country that works, a country where there's unemployment. I mean, there's employment. A country where everybody is gainfully employed. A country where I can wake up, go to work, come back. A country where there's security. I've said it's one of the biggest issues we're having right now. We don't have an enabling environment. Our farmers are not able to even go to farm freely because the roads are not safe. So give these farmers, give them an environment that is enabling, give them fertilizers, give them tractors to work with. We saw a certain government that was sharing tractors. That's the way to go, because to share something to agricultural farming now is almost very, very expensive. That's why you see most of the farmers taking loans for them just to have it. And some industries will open, they can barely survive for 1 year. Even businesses, go to Lekki, go around the island, you see businesses that will spend millions of money to open in the first 1 year. The second year they're shutting down because they cannot continue. Overhead expenses is killing them. Cost of running, cost of even paying salaries, cost of even I think that the government needs to have a committee to look into this sector. We cannot, if we miss it with our economy. Economy is what takes us forward as a country. Economy is what attracts investors to come into this country and do business with us. So if our economy continues to nosedive in this direction, we're going to scare people out of this country, and it's already happening. Microsoft left this country just a few months ago. We've seen many other companies who have left just because of the harsh conditions and the environment that we're running businesses with.
Okay, so let's look at another aspect to it now. People cannot really save, and some still just manage the little they have. What about others who have actually resorted, to borrowings, to meet transactionary purpose, and over time they now have, some sort of revenue come in? What would you advise them to do, as against using the bulk of all the monies they have to settle their debts, or do they do some sort of rationing to pay for the debt, to repay debt, or to get household expenses, or to even get some to even keep for the rainy day? What would the mix be like?
So it's not a bad thing to borrow. It's a very, very good initiative to borrow for business. Naturally, if you want to go into any business, you borrow, you share the risk between yourself. Consumption, you borrow, but you don't borrow for consumption. You don't borrow to pay salaries. You don't borrow to get what I mean? You borrow to produce. Dangote borrowed money from his brother to start during the first early years of his career. The story is all over the internet. So that's how he borrowed money from his brother, and he started the company. And look at what Dangote has become today. So it's not a bad thing to borrow to start business, but don't borrow to consume.
If it's just inevitable, what do you do?
So that's exactly what we have in place right now. People are borrowing for consumption. People are borrowing to cook. People are borrowing to feed. People are borrowing to pay school fees. I was in the bank yesterday. I heard somebody telling somebody that he had to go and borrow money from all these online sharks just to pay school fees. So he's not borrowing to do any business. He's borrowing to offset bills. So that's why. And if that pattern of life continues, you will start seeing a lot of depressed people around, because how do you want to pay back that loan? You don't have any means or any business that you want to do with that money. You have paid for school fees. How do you want to pay back that loan? So those are the issues we're having. So I think that, again, we will not continue talking. The government has to do something. We cannot continue in this pattern. If we are not careful, we are going to move this country is going to head for the rocks. Something has to happen. We are talking about human lives here. There must be food. There must be job. There must be job creation. There must be food. There must be everything that makes life easy for people must be available. These are essential things that we cannot do about. If somebody wakes up and is hungry, he will be hungry naturally. And somebody who is angry, that's why
a hungry man is an angry man.
That's why crime rate is increasing. Look at our youth today. They become fraudsters. And so those are issues. And you cannot. What do you want to do? do you have any alternative for them? No. So the government must do something. That's my take.
All right, thank you so much, Mustafa. Indeed, the government has to look inwards and sort out this issue of poverty in the land, and that people even going to bed without food in their stomach, and just living from hand to mouth, trying to make ends meet, borrowing to pay school fees, borrowing to even feed. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have people who are productive, your economy actually suffers. Thank you so much, Mustafa, for your time. All right, as we go, a bit of advice here. If you have outstanding debt but also have disposable income, you may struggle to decide whether to use that money to pay off debt or to save it. In these situations, the best approach is to often compare the financial impact of your earning interest on your savings versus reducing the interest accruing to your debt. A balanced approach, such as splitting, some people might say you need to split your income to your debt, but as much as possible, Mustafa has said that you don't have to borrow for consumption or borrow to pay bills. At the end of the day, you match your debts with your investment. So the investment will actually be what you'd earn, to actually pay those debts or borrowings in the first place. That's the size of the show for today. I am Justin Akadonia. Many thanks for being there.
Thank you.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach, all right? The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein, okay? So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart, all these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach, recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically, it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs, or certain chemical substances that are erosive, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get then straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it be clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid-containing diet should be minimized, all right? Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers, okay? When you do all kinds of acid-containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Sunday Shomari in for Jackson Mvunganyi. This week on Red Carpet, a 24-year-old Nigerian amputee overcomes obstacles to pursue his Paris 2024 Paralympic dream. We chat with the Mozambican band Yababuluku Boys to learn more about their mega hit featuring Burna Boy. Africa's gaming industry is estimated to surpass $1 billion in revenue this year. Plus, Fashion Award winner Ruth Chirwa is transforming the industry in Malawi and other developing countries. Let's begin. 24-year-old Ide Umaru Jabiru says he always dreamt of one day carving out his path to the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, and his amputated left arm was not an obstacle. VOA Africa reporter Bureima Balima has the young athlete's story from Niamey, Niger, narrated by Omar Kaseko.
Ide Omaru Jabiros grew up mimicking other martial arts athletes, but never imagined practicing martial arts like most young boys his age. He still believed in his heart that one day he will carve out his own path to the Paralympic Games. Now he's looking forward to participating in this year's Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, taking place from August 28 to September 8 in Paris. Jabiro says he believed his grandfather, who kept telling him to not see his amputated left arm as an obstacle.
When I was little, I liked playing football. It's football that I like the most. When I competed for the first time outside, it was in Turkey. People thought I was there because of football. Now, it's Taekwondo that has taken over.
The 24-year-old athlete has already made history as the first Paralympic athlete from Niger to compete in Para-Taekwondo, which debuted as a Paralympic game in Tokyo 2020. He attributes his success to his grandfather, who was his first coach. He calls him Papa Cho, a reference to Niger's Olympic coach, Grandmaster Hyong-Ko Cho. His father, Ide Omaro, says Jabiro's discipline is remarkable.
Jabiro was 8 years old when he had an accident and his hand was amputated. After completing his high school diploma, he joined the club of Mi Tijani, the brother of his maternal grandmother. From the moment he entered the discipline, we noticed that he is really motivated, and by the grace of God, he has reached this stage. I never thought he could reach this level. Since he left, we regularly receive his calls. Now we wish him good luck. We pray for him every day.
Jabiro says he couldn't contain his excitement the moment he realized he could take his dream to the world stage.
My objective is not to participate for the sake of participating. It is to participate to make our national anthem, the national anthem of Niger, resound.
Jabiro's participation in the Paris 2024 Paralympics Games will be closely followed by his fans. As a young Nigerian with a disability to engage in sports and compete internationally, Jabiro's achievement is a source of pride for his family and his country.
The Yaba Buluku boys from Mozambique captured international attention with their single Yaba Buluku, especially after a collaboration with Nigerian megastar Burna Boy turned the song into a global hit. The group spoke to Red Carpet's VOA's Jackson Mvunganyi about how the band came together and how Burna Boy involvement made the already chart-topping song into a massive global hit.
It took, I guess, three forces of Mozambican contemporary music to come together into one unit to be able to break that barrier that has been there for a long time. To cross over and you've done it. Were you surprised at the feedback internationally?
Was like a dream, bro. Yeah, it was like something that someone will wake up me, bro.
Yeah. This is not happening.
Yeah. We won't expect that because that the music will be a bang in Mozambique. We were expecting that, but
because you had the market already, you had the audience.
Yeah. Because almost everything we produce, we do is
it does well.
It does well.
Yeah.
In Mozambique, but not outside. You see, outside Mozambique, and then Nigeria.
We are the first Mozambican hitting Nigeria.
Yes.
Yeah, in Mozambican history.
And that was before Burna Boy jumped on the song?
Yes, the original was #1 song.
No way.
Wow. That's why Burna Boy was
that's how he got interested.
Yes.
Like I have to jump on this.
So the first guy was...
Who reached out?
He reached out through his
representative.
Yeah, no, through his artist. One of his artists.
Leah?
No, the boy, the guy, the songwriter.
I know who you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah. So we was planning to go to Nigeria because the song was banging there.
Yeah.
So we was chatting that we are coming there. When David went back to Nigeria, he called me, bro, this guy is down here. Where you were, man? Where? I said, no, bro, we didn't come now, but we'll come soon. On that time, our manager called Tariq and said, bro, what do you think, what do you feel if the Burna Boy want to jump on this song?
Yeah. Wow.
What a question. What a question. Bro, just record and send us the stems. Yeah. You see, and then on that time, record time. Yeah, that he record, he send the stems. But the master producer did his work.
Yeah, absolutely.
He did it well. So we fly to Nigeria to shoot the video, and yeah, the song was banging. The song was #1 in Nigeria, was #1 in South Africa, was #1 in Namibia, was #1 on all platforms. The song was #1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Africa's gaming industry is estimated to surpass $1 billion in revenue this year. Its rapid growth is fueled by a young population, better internet access, and a rising number of game developers who focus on animation and storytelling. Some creative artists in Kenya have developed video games and films based on African folklore and urban tales. Mohammed Yusuf reports from Nairobi.
After more than 6 months of working on their gaming and animation projects, these creative Kenyan young men and women have been finally able to showcase their work at the Alliance Francaise in Nairobi, hoping fans will like their African stories and buy their video games at home and abroad. Their video gaming and animation development was funded by the French government. Saj Nukwe is a film and media attaché at the French embassy in Kenya. He says the embassy has sponsored these creative artists.
That's impressive.
Well, game and animation are two vectors of employment. We believe the creative industries in general are a great source of employment because the entry point is not as high as other sectors. And we have just so much talent, so many people that are creative, that have projects, that have ideas and concepts, but they are not able to go all the way with them just because of lack of resources. So that's where we saw a gap, and we wanted to come in to change the paradigm and hopefully allow the whole ecosystem to become sustainable.
Can I tell you the legend of Mika?
The attendees of Kenya Young Game Developers and Animators Incubator Program watched a video game exploring cultural and environmental themes such as climate change. Other short films covered topics like mental health, family connections, romantic relationships, as well as existential issues.
I think what I would like to see is many people playing it, especially from Africa, and people being able to identify with it, because one thing I've noticed is that there are many young people who play games in Africa, and but they mostly play Western games. And when we ask them, they say because our games are not that cool, and so this is me trying to make something cool for the young people, and I hope they will see it as such.
And I would say the importance of storytelling in gaming it's very crucial because we need to tell our own stories through digital mediums such as animation and gaming.
The video game market in Africa has shown promising growth, from $862 million in revenue in 2022 to a projected $1 billion in 2024, an 8.7% increase according to the Newzoo Games Analytics company. These events in Kenya are part of a greater effort to support game developers and animators, help them finance their projects, learn new skills, and help them realize their dreams.
Ruth Chirwa is transforming the fashion industry in Malawi and other developing countries, winning awards and gaining international recognition for her designs. Chirwa's fashion line, Upi Collection, is hosting a fashion show next month that aims to break down barriers between people with disabilities and those without. Lamek Masina reports from Mzuzu City in northern Malawi.
Ruth Chirwa's entry into the fashion industry was not planned.
I never thought about fashion designing. I never thought that I'll be a fashion designer. Growing up, all I thought was I would do business management.
But that changed when a lecturer suggested she switched to fashion design because of the stylish outfits she wore to class. Now, 3 years into her career, Chirwa has received praise for her designs and started a fashion brand, Upi Collection, based in Mzuzu, Malawi.
I remember in 2022, I managed to win an award for Focus on Ability short films first of all. I won as Best Actress on my documentary that I submitted.
She was also named Best Female Star Fashion Designer at the 2023 Shining Stars Africa Awards. And recently, Chirwa's designs were shown in Portugal thanks to the help of fellow Malawian designers Lilia Afonso and Zandria. It has not always been easy for Chirwa, who recalls times when some people refused to buy clothes from her because she has a disability. But she says she has managed to curb discrimination by believing in herself and meeting her clients' expectations.
When it comes to my creations, I always want to deliver, and also it's a matter of me doing what I know best.
Celebrities and prominent fashion designers in Malawi like Chris Ngalu appreciate the uniqueness of her designs.
A lot of fashion designers in Malawi, they like to just stand behind making clothes with, like, for example, Chitenje and stuff. But her stuff is like out of the box. It's very modern and it's a breath of fresh air.
Chirwa has also become a source of pride for her former learning institution.
Ruth has inspired many learners with disabilities here. Most people with disabilities tend to be down on themselves, but Ruth has proven that anyone can do anything.
Chirwa is preparing to host a fashion show early next month that aims to challenge societal norms and promote diversity and inclusion, especially of people with disabilities. Lamek Masina, VOA News, Mzuzu, Malawi.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host, Sunday Shomari. For more information on entertainment news, visit www.voaafrica.com or find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone. Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Sunday Shomari in for Jackson Mvunganyi. This week on the Red Carpet, we have a chat with Fikash Yeshewas, a rising star in the Ethiopian music with her angelic voice and uplifting message in her songs. A new film explores the fight for the survival of the forest in Cameroon. In Nairobi, a new restaurant is using robots to serve dinners. The The annual Basketball Festival 2024 will be held from October 24th to 27th at the University of Ghana in Accra. This year's festival opens with sports, fashion, and an entertainment summit. Organizers of the annual Africa Basketball Festival, ABF, recently launched the festival to celebrate African basketball and fashion in the United States at an event in Laurel in the state of Maryland. One of the speakers at the launch was former NBA player and basketball executive Nana Papayao Mensah-Bonsu, who spoke to Red Carpet about the potential and future of basketball in Africa.
I'm Pops Mensah-Bonsu here at the Africa Basketball Festival, celebrating the game, celebrate Africa, fashion, culture, and loving what they do by using the game of basketball to reach the youth. And you see the transcending abilities of the sport and how it can influence the younger generation. So, always going to support with that said. And, somebody like myself who has an academy too that wants to use the game of basketball to help influence the younger people of Ghana is beautiful to see. So I'm just glad to be a part of it and looking forward to what the future holds.
Yeah. So Africa is the youngest continent in the world, has the youngest population. What kind of potential do you see the game of basketball having on the continent?
I see infinite and endless potential. There's a reason why the BAL is in Africa now. There's a reason why the NBA and FIBA invested in the game. There's a reason why there's academies there. There's a lot of outside investment coming into Ghana now, or into Africa, I should say, because they see the talent. They see the pool. Obviously, like you said, Africa is going to be the youngest and largest population in the world in the next 10 to 15 years. So with that said, we have to make sure we equip this younger generation with the necessary tools to be successful. And, using sports is definitely a way to expedite that process.
Fika Yeshewas, a rising star in the Ethiopian music scene, is captivating audiences with her angelic voice and uplifting message in her songs. Her latest album, Fika, meaning love in Amharic, delves into personal and social issues while also celebrating themes of love, self-discovery, and mutual respect. During a recent visit to VOA Studios, Yeshewas performed her music and sat down for an interview with our colleague, Hatam Seyum.
Salam. Fikr Balalo. My name is Fikr Yeshewas. I am a singer, songwriter, and a designer. Hey. Salani lingarer, ownat maninatin, fensum nanyalalo, alamnam sitatin. I've always been singing ever since I was a kid. Just kind of grew up with me. I used to play a few instruments when I was a little kid and participate in the media programs and events while I was in elementary school. So I kept up with it up to a certain point, and then I'd stopped it for a little bit while I was doing my studies, and then once I finished, I sort of went back to it. I believe that music is a universal language, and I believe that it's a great tool to bring people together from all over the world. So I try to focus my music on peace and love and unity for the most part, and also just to talk about certain issues that are stigmatized and discriminated against by at least our culture and our society, and kind of bring that to light. I wanted to do something or release a song that was different and wasn't super mainstream, but still important to discuss. So my friend and I, when we were going over the topics of what to sing about or what to do for our first song, we decided that it would be about mental health. So that's kind of how it started, and I think it's a great topic to be discussed amongst people in the society, especially
not just in our country, but in the African culture. I think it's something not talked about enough.
Behold,
I believe we have a lot to share when it comes to music and entertainment and culture with the rest of the world. So my goal is really to bridge the gap between our culture and our music with the Western world.
In the forests of Cameroon, a new battle is being waged not just for the survival of the trees, but for the preservation of cultural heritage and traditional medicine. The new film, A Cry from the Forest, produced by Cameroonian actress and filmmaker Laura Onyama, explores the devastating effects of deforestation in West Africa. VOA's Kali Abdul brings us the story of art intersecting with environmental advocacy.
As deforestation continues to threaten biodiversity across Africa, creative voices are rising to bring attention to the issue.
Bamba.
In Cameroon, a new film titled A Cry from the Forest is doing just that. The movie, produced by Laura Onyama, highlights the struggle between traditional medicine and the encroaching modern world, all set against the backdrop of forest degradation.
Yeah, I'm a producer, actress, and I own a production company called Ola Productions. We just did our first movie, A Cry from the Forest, which was sponsored by WWF and AFD France. And this movie talks about forest conversion and the relationship between scientific medicine and traditional medicine from the perspective of the indigenous man.
For Onyama, this project was not without challenges. Being a first-time producer, she faced the hurdles of the film industry, but was buoyed by the support of her team and the local communities where they filmed. The story is deeply personal, reflecting the struggles of Cameroon's English-speaking minority in making their voices heard on both the national and international stages. The film's environmental message is echoed by experts worldwide who emphasize the critical state of our planet's biodiversity.
We are in the midst of a biodiversity crisis, a climate change crisis, and a pandemic crisis.
The issue of deforestation in Cameroon is not just a local problem, it is a global one. With forests being cut down at alarming rates, the loss of biodiversity is a significant concern. Experts argue that the future of our planet hangs in the balance.
Are we going to trash it? Are we going to destroy it? Or are we going to wake up and realize that the future of our planet is up to us, and we better take care of both its climate and its biodiversity?
In 2017, as deforestation accelerated, some communities in Cameroon began adopting alternative fuel sources to protect their forests. Residents in Mbile village, for example, started using clay stoves and briquettes made from sawdust, significantly reducing their reliance on firewood. This initiative helped save approximately 16 tons of dry wood per day, providing a model for sustainable living that could be replicated across the region.
Okay, personally, my production company is focused on making films on nature, environment, and wildlife. So, trust me, when you hear of Ola Productions, expect such beautiful stories, documentaries, fiction films, and all of that. So that's what you should expect from Ola Production.
As A Cry from the Forest continues its tour, gaining recognition, it serves as a powerful reminder of the urgent need to protect our planet. The film not only raises awareness, but also amplifies the voices of those most affected by environmental degradation, calling for global action to preserve the natural world for future generations.
A new restaurant in Kenya is generating business and buzz, not just because of the food, but because of the staff. robots serving dishes is the main attraction of diners who flock to the robot cafe. Juma Majanga reports from Nairobi, Kenya.
Welcome. It's lunchtime at the Robot Cafe in Nairobi's Kileleshwa suburb, and an unusual waitress is causing excitement.
Thank you, Nadia.
Nadia is one of 3 robot waitresses incorporated here to improve service delivery. This is a first in East Africa.
You assign them duties in the morning like normal waiters. You tell them which tables one particular robot is supposed to go or what is expected to do there. Because for instance, they do more than just survey. They sing happy birthday. For instance, let's say you do a reservation and you have a birthday. It's going to deliver you your cake with the message and everything, and also sing happy birthday with you with the background of waitresses.
Use of robotic technology in the food service industry is not new. Restaurants with robot waiters have opened in the United States, China, and other places. But the concept is new to Africa. Since opening in Nairobi 2 months ago, Robot Cafe staffers say the reception has been good, with the robots being the attraction for customers like Brooke Abito, who is here today with his family for lunch.
I was happy to show my kids this, in Africa, in your own backyard. So yeah, it was very good. You can see that the technology needs a bit of development, but it's really nice how the robots take the food, they come and serve you. And when I come back next time, I want to see the robots more interactive, taking your orders, bringing your food. But it's a very good first step.
According to government data, the hospitality industry is one of the big sources of employment in Kenya. The introduction of robots in the sector brings fears of people being driven out of work by machines. However, industry experts like Edith Ojwang say there is no cause for alarm, as the technology will just serve as a tool to improve efficiency and quality of service delivery.
I really don't think it can face off the entire human labor, but it will be incorporated still, just like we have incorporated the other technology, and we've used it to improve our human labor and worked together.
Ojwang's advice is for Kenyan schools to incorporate technology training into their hospitality curriculum in readiness for the shift.
If we keep training people the traditional way, and by the time they're released in the industry, technology has already gone a notch higher. It becomes scary for them already, and it becomes difficult to be able to adopt.
Experts say the era of automated restaurants has finally begun in Africa, and diners should expect more integration of robots in their dining experiences.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host for today, Sunday Shomari. For more on your entertainment news, please check us out on www.voaafrica.com or on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
Hello and welcome to a special edition of Our Voices. I am Oriane Itangishaka. On today's show, we'll hear from African women who are using technology to better their lives and their businesses. It is part of an exciting new multimedia series called Startup Africa, co-produced in cooperation with our affiliate partners, Channels TV in Nigeria, City TV in Ghana, KTN in Kenya, NBS in Uganda, and RTV in Rwanda. The series focuses on tech startups across Africa. But what is tech startup? And how do you make it work? Here's what some people told us.
Startup, for me, I understand, it's where you want to start up a business. You come up with a plan, an idea, maybe where you want to have your business and what you want to do.
So startup is like when you are starting your business or an idea that you have and you want to put it in practical way.
Definitely you have to address a particular need. You have identified your market and you've seen a niche, so you have to bring into your startup to fill that gap.
The startup phase is when you have dreamt of an idea to be able to solve a certain solution in the community. You bootstrap the process, and then you get to the point where you have a viable product or a viable service that you're showing to people. Once you're making an impact in the lives of people, you're solving a specific problem. That, for me, it's just the beginning as a startup.
Uganda technology and skill consultant Ruth Musoke Benzika has some of the answers.
For anybody to have a very successful startup, first of all, you must have the vision, the courage, and the ability to know that you fall, but you can raise up. If you don't have that, it doesn't work. Because, if you're starting up something, you are beginning from scratch. You're trying to reinvent something that probably has not been done before, and a number of times you're going to get people who will tell you it will not work. Some will tell you it is not possible. Some will tell you it is not of this time. And it means that you really need to have that strength to say, this is what I want. You need to be able to see far more than what other people can see.
Catherine Karimbo Gichungi had the courage to say yes. The Kenyan entrepreneur launched her startup, Red Ant International, to help people in the informal sector better advertise their skills and find more work. Here's her story.
Red Ant Directory is an application that is available on Android and enables informal sector to be seen on the internet space. It's an application that delivers all skilled workers, both informal and formal sector, onto the internet space. So they're able to be seen on the internet. Data is bigger than oil. It's what will enable us now build an informal sector bank that enables us alleviate the problem of the betting and the loans and all that. And when we are looking at employment, we'll be able to source and enable counties to solve the problem of unemployment, because we have a business model that targets both employing the informal sector and also building the jobs as we speak. So right now we don't know how many nurses in our county in Nairobi. We don't know how many electricians are in Westlands Market in Kamukunji. We don't know how many people are panel beating the pans. We don't know, but this platform will be able to give us that information and that data to help them better, give them loans, and data is everything right now for the government.
I've been leading directory from around 2015. I choose to go to ladder. Just open the phone, open the app, then Google what you want and get the assistance.
So working in Nigeria, I met several other people. There was Dangote, there was Dr. Mike Adenuga, I've worked with Dr. Chris Kirubi. I could see them coming from humble backgrounds and making it big and impacting the society in a very, very big way. I'm trying to use technology, and I'm not telling them to self-register or download an app. They have no time, they don't have the kind of phone, and they don't have the money for data. So I'm going to them. I've devised a way from what I learned from my time in Safaricom and M-Pesa to be able to use that know-how to go out to the villages and form a network of agents that bring the informal sector to the internet space. So for you to become an agent, you have to have the passion to go out there and have the passion for the informal sector. So our agents are created on the back end of our system. So there's a business model. We are able to structure the fees. So we started with $2 to 200 shillings, so that is shared within the agency structure. So we recruit you, for example, and you become an agent. So you are an agency, and you're able to add 50 school Form 4 leavers under you, up to 100 if you like. So that creates instant employment, and it's Africans to change Africa. It's us Kenyans to do something. So I'm just doing something.
I work for Redant as an agent. My work basically involves going to the street, looking for new service providers. We register them so that they can acquire more customers through our online platform, that is Redant Directory. So far, I've been able to register 7 people. If I'm registering a customer, that is a service provider, you just pay 200 bob, which goes to the company through the pay bill, and that's all. You'll never pay anything else.
I want to join Redant Directory now so that I can spread the tattoo art. I choose Redant Directory just to spread, to get more market. I've interacted with some of the people on the directory of Redant, and the feedback was good.
Funding is not, it doesn't come easy. So I've funded using my other consulting services. So once I get some money, then it goes into funding the building of the code. Redant Directory is not yet profitable, so hopefully we will be a big brand. But everyone is trying to get into the informal space right now. We have a saying at Redant Directory: the fact that Ronaldo is a very good football player does not stop Messi from playing.
It's time to take a break. When we come back, we'll go to Kenya and talk to a female entrepreneur about how her insurance startup has changed her life despite the financial hurdles and organizational stress of her new business. Stay with us.
Being part of Our Voices is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Welcome back, You With Our Voices. When Ines Maina launched the Kenyan insurance startup Bismart, she learned that being an entrepreneur changes your life. Despite the financial difficulties of starting any new business, she says that her approach to life is now simpler. Let's look at her startup journey.
When I got into insurance, I discovered there's a lot of friction between insurance companies, insurance agents, and customers. And every day I kept asking, why, how can we reduce this friction? Because customers would complain. I get to know that I was not covered when there's a claim. And the insurance, from their point of view, they have given all the information through a policy document. So I needed to understand what is the real problem. Most of the young people have their income is not consistent. So how do we enable them accept insurance as a risk mitigation solution to their financial issues? And also, how can they access it hassle-free, conveniently, and at the comfort of their mobile phone?
Working with Bismart, I think I've loved their services. I don't get to deal directly with the insurance company. I deal directly with Bismart, which makes my work so easy because I just need to sit back and they'll handle everything else. We're in the digital era, we are in the 21st century, and
things can be done in a better way. Things can be done in an easier way. So you find that if we have the startups that are bridging the gap, then it just works out very perfectly for the rest of us here.
The problem we are solving is actually in the insurance sector. The penetration of insurance in Kenya is very low. And actually in Africa, apart from South Africa, most of the African countries, the insurance penetration is very low. Now, when you look at the demography of Africa, we have a very young population. You know, median age, 19 years old. And the insurance has been selling the same old products, the same way, same distribution channels, but then it means they cannot access the current customer. My lifestyle has changed. It has become simpler and easier. You see, when you're employed, you're a bit extravagant. Because you see, you know that every month there'll be more money, and so you can spend as much as you can because there's more money coming. And of course, the things that drives you when you're employed are different from what drives you when you're an entrepreneur. When I was quitting my job, I thought that when you quit job, you need a big office, many employees, so that then that's a measure of success. Look at today, I think different. It's how lean can I scale my business? How can I scale my business without increasing my costs? So those are the things that I look at. One of my biggest challenges was the funding. When I was quitting my job, I had estimated that my savings would last me for 2 years. And before the end of the year one, the finances were over. Yeah. The other challenge was, you start this journey, you need a team, you need people who will believe in this dream, not because you're paying them a lot of money, but because they are here, they believe in your vision. And in 10, 15 years, we hope to have democratized insurance. When I say democratization of insurance, it's whereby it's an open market that anyone can get in and get, whatever products they want. And how we do that is that we're building an infrastructure that will be able to connect customers and insurance companies and, existing African social groups and institutions to all be able to pull their risk together. Our expenses were quite high. So I would lower the cost of running the business, start small and with the customers, designing with customers one by one without thinking of, before scaling. I think the first one was to quit my job. That was very important. There is no worse decision, yes, because even that decision has really taught us a lot. So I would say, for me, it's not about whether the decision is good or bad. It is a decision has to be made at the time it needs to be made. My mantra is, whether it is right or wrong, make the decision. You will learn the lessons as you progress.
Launching a startup often means finding investors who are willing to fund your vision. Here's what consultant Ruth Musoke Benzika had to say on some of the challenges facing young innovators.
A number of times when you're starting a business, and tech basically falls in there, it's very hard to find somebody who's going to finance a startup business. It's so hard. There are very few people who are able to do that, but there are people who are able to say, okay, if I find a very good idea, I can be able to put in some money, buy shares in the company. I can't be able to there are some, they call them business, they are angels that are willing to say, okay, yes, angel investors, I'm able to invest in such a business. Sometimes it could be from your family. If you're a young person into tech and you go and talk to your brother and talk to your mother and say, mommy or daddy or brother or cousin, this is what I want to do, but I need you to give me a hand up. Give me some money to start. They are willing. Young people don't have a lot of capital. they have not yet built a lot of networks. And a number of them we are saying, start with a small core team. So we advise young people, startups, start lean, start small. Start small, but knowing where you want to go. The moment the business keep on growing, keep on filling the core strategic areas and the core positions for your business.
Uganda entrepreneur Hilda Asimwe says the core goal of her startup Digital Health Access is to improve African healthcare in bringing patients closer to doctors through a digital health network. Here's her story.
My name is Hilda Asimwe. Digital Health Access connects health service providers and professionals to patients through a mobile phone. What patients have to do is go on the app, check for any doctor they want to talk to, and consult or book an appointment. I actually started it in 2013 because of my mother. My mother developed a rare disease, started swelling all over the body. So we went to see a doctor. But the doctor gave us some painkillers, but the lady was really in pain. The whole night she was groaning. I searched the whole of Google, but I couldn't get anything. So it came to me like, what if I had these doctors, as many as possible, on a platform where I could chat with them? I woke up one morning and I quit my job. And I got a developer who I sat with in his house for the next 48 hours until the website was up. So that's how I started Digital Health Access.
For a unit like mine, which is a specialist unit, it's not a general unit, it's not like people walk in all the time. We want Cornerstone to be seen over the whole country. And even in our sector in Uganda, health is not advertised. We can't advertise ourselves. Then there's this Digital Health Access, which comes in that we can link patients to the specialists and that means also it brings in the issue of trust, that maybe the patients trust Digital Health Access to do all the due diligence on the facility, on the specialist, so that when the patient goes through Digital Health Access, he knows I'm going to get value for money, I'm going to really see someone who is a specialist and not a crook and what. And young people have a challenge, they fear hospitals. It's very hard to see a teenager just walking. And sometimes they suffer with these diseases and they don't know whom to talk to. This is the time to use the app.
Accordingly to our analytics, Google Analytics, actually more of our visitors are between the age of 18 and 28. So, and according to our analytics still, the most questions are asked about sexual reproduction. So I think we are more helping the youth in this case, because they're the ones who normally shy out to ask these questions in institutions. So they look at us as the easy solution. I think the most challenge is spending every saving I've ever worked for the last 30 years on this company. We put almost everything. I even sold my car that I had got from my previous work. It gets tougher, but the good thing is that every call from a client makes it worthwhile. Every time you have a hospital registering and someone telling you we have an appointment, it makes it worthwhile. But as a company, success is when I have every small clinic, every small pharmacy, deep village accessing digital health access to anyone, even those that cannot afford a mobile phone. I would love to have a system that connects the whole health system in Africa in one place. And I'm very sure in the next 5 years, we're going to be having the most interactive health forum. We're going to be having the most visited site.
Asimwe says she learned the hard way about starting small.
The hardest decision I made is to fire my 7 salespeople. The next day I came back to office and I was all alone. It came back to the same way I'd started. When I fired them, I didn't want it, but I had to because I couldn't pay them anymore. It was the hardest. Actually, I was even thinking of taking a loan so that I can keep them on the team, but one great man said a company can never be run on a loan. I had to move at least like the next month, 3-4 months, until the landlord had to lock me out of my own office, where I spent almost 10,000 to brand. So now I'm working on the streets. So I have to meet these people in hotels. It has actually made me stronger. I've never been more passionate about this business like it is after they have locked me out. Actually, like, this lady does not know what she's doing when she was closing me out. I was like, I'm going to be the most important person in the next 3 years. And I may even buy this building one day. I know it is not easy, but vision never dies.
It's time to take another quick break. So do you know of any startup business on the continent that we should be keeping our eyes on? If so, let us know on Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. The number is right there on your screen. Our handle online is @VOA Our Voices. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices so we can find your comments. After the break, we'll take a look at how coronavirus pandemic is impacting entrepreneurs. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. The ongoing coronavirus pandemic is changing all of our lives. Here's how the virus has impacted some of the entrepreneurs in our Startup Africa series.
Man, it has hit us hard. COVID has put everyone in a very difficult situation.
Never experienced anything remotely so cataclysmic.
Transport tech startups have been affected negatively.
I'll say the biggest thing that is frightening is the uncertainty. There's a huge level of uncertainty. We are seeing how people are responding. We don't know when we see the next wave.
The economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is still unclear. And that uncertainty is bad for capital markets.
The business is, since the lockdown, it's been lower than, it's been on survival mode.
People are fearing health facilities because they think they might actually be at risk of getting COVID-19.
We are obviously uncertain times, but we've brought our company closer and our team closer together and forced us to really focus on what is important.
It's very important for you to have your own courage to say, yes, I'll make it no matter what. And even when I fall down, I'll raise up and walk and move ahead.
While most companies are losing business during the pandemic, analyst Ruth Musoke-Benzika says tech flexibility gives it a greater adaptability.
For me, I think that COVID has actually created a lot of opportunities for people in the tech sector. You can see that people are now more open to online meetings. Instead of coming to meet, people are able to go online and meet. People are more accepting to technology before, at whatever ages. You are now seeing more people who are able to say, okay, instead of going to a market, I would rather go online on an app and I'm able to order what I want.
The co-founder of Nigeria's Helium Health, Tito Ovia, says coronavirus is having an uneven impact across Africa startups.
We've seen from the healthcare tech industry like I'm in, there have been many innovations, many telemedicine solutions, contact tracing solutions that have come up to be able to help and fight the pandemic. However, fintech companies have actually suffered, during this point in time, as a lot of them make their money through, businesses and processing their payments and aviation. Agritech as well might have also suffered in the time because, again, can they really now be able to reach the farmers that they need to? So it really depends on what tech industry you're in. Healthcare, honestly, I would say is booming, but we might find that definitely others have been suffering.
For Ines Maina, the economic impact of COVID-19 is reducing demand for insurance through her Bismart startup.
The year had started very well until when the lockdown was announced. We actually had to close our office to cut on costs so that we can keep the business on survival mode. And insurance is luxury. We saw a decline in number of people who are buying new policies. So basically we were maintaining the old customers, and some of them had to downgrade just to cut on the cost. However, it should be the other way because people need to protect themselves against the risks that face them. But that was not the case.
Ruth Musoke Binzika says innovators prosper by aligning startup strategies with changing market conditions.
For innovators, this is your time. Use COVID to innovate, come up with solutions. If you have a very good solution, I am sure you will always find a funder. Importantly, keep your integrity. Once you have integrity and you have a good innovation, the sky is the limit.
That's our show for today. Thanks to our Startup Africa co-production partners, Channels TV in Nigeria, City TV in Ghana, KTN in Kenya, NBS in Uganda, and RTV in Rwanda. Look for the whole Startup Africa series on the station broadcasting VOA programs, including this station, or visit our website, voanews.com. Thanks for watching Our Voices. I'm Orion Itangishaka.
Hello, welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a brother, a friend, and a mentor. Mentor not because of any other thing, but the fact that he does whatever he does well. And I like to learn from people who do stuff well. He's none other than Richard Mofe Damijo, RMD for short. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yes,
Thanks.
welcome.
Thank you for having me.
I believe that you know, but I think you will tell me what you do know truly. That if we were to write the story of contemporary theater, contemporary production, contemporary film in Nigeria today, you will have to feature prominently.
you know?
Well, you know, they say for us, we just do the work, and the historians like you, the gatekeepers like you, will be the ones that will etch it.
You're also a journalist. In that profession, you never retire.
You never retire, right.
So, but truly, what was the foundation? What was the fascination that brought you into it?
I'm a child of television. I am a complete child of television, a child of films and everything. I mean, I was one of those who will run after mobile cinemas.
In those days?
In those days, to find out where they are setting up, so we can get the front seats. We will sit on the ground and wait for the commentator. You know, it was silent.
Yes, it was silent, yes.
But they will run the commentaries.
They run the commentaries, yes.
And when television, when you discover that there is a man who owns a television set maybe like a few miles away,
yes.
They start at, the man opens his window probably at 7 p.m.
7 p.m.
We start the trek from around 6 p.m. To get to the good spot on the window.
Yes.
Before my father bought his own television. So I knew from an early stage that I would love to be one of those people inside the box, talking, you know, so that people can also watch.
Yeah.
You know, and when it was time for university, theater was the obvious choice.
Yes.
My illiterate mother, who didn't know what theater was, had to discern from her cousin, who we call Uncle London, who was supposed to be dropping me in the university the next day, who was very upset with me that I was going to school to play.
That's your uncle?
My uncle. He was like, this boy is just going to play. You know, I don't know why you let him go to university to go and play.
Yeah.
You know, my mom started crying, and as an only child, her tears usually would break me.
Yes.
And I cried, and I said, look, it's okay. I'm not going to play. It's serious. But you will see me on television. That's the only thing I can let you understand. And she was like, she looked at my uncle and said, is it true? Is he going to be on television? Well, yeah, if he does well. You know? And as God will have it, in my second year in the university,
yes,
I think it was Ifeanyi Ayafulu or something like that, somebody that came to watch a stage play in Uniben, saw me on stage and asked my lecturer to let me come for an audition at NTA Benin. I went for the audition, I got the part. It was a lead role, it was a character called Emeka, and it was about the Osuke system.
Yes.
TV script was written by Bob Ejike.
Bob Ejike, yes. I know him.
Echoes of Wrath.
Yes.
Yes. Or the
Wrath of the Gods.
Yeah, the Wrath of the Gods. And that was my claim to fame. So we did the TV play. It was the entry for Bendel,
the Bendel,
you know, television service, and we won the national competition. I didn't know what that had done for my image, but I can tell you that when I went home after that semester, after the play had been shown, apparently it had been repeated a few times.
Yes.
So people had known that it was me that was in that thing. And they had, my mother, of course, had already become popular. So when I got to the market and they cited me, it was mayhem because I didn't know what had happened. But they started shouting, Emeka, Emeka, and they carried me, they danced.
around the market.
Danced around the market and dropped me in my mother's shop, by which time all her friends had taken, you know, choice positions, you know, to welcome me back home. And it was at that moment that, you know, I knew that I had made the right choice, because that feeling, you know, it stays with you.
Yes, it does.
It stays with you. And this was just me in school.
Yes.
I mean, imagine if I now went on to become something else nationally.
Yes.
again, when I came to Lagos after youth service, again, it was stage play. I was, because that's my forte, I was on stage. Danladi Bako had come to the theater and saw me, and he had invited me to come to NTA for an audition.
Yes.
Then it was Sparks.
Oh, yes, Sparks.
Special Protection Anti-Crime Squad.
Yes, yes.
But we had a little thing. I'm very prompt. If I'm going to be late, I will call and I say, I'm going to be late, you know. In fact, sometimes people say, I get ridiculous because I can call and say I'll be 5 minutes late. You know. So our path kept crisscrossing. When he says be there at 2, I will be there before 2, but he might not be there. Anyway, long story short, the first day that he was supposed to audition me, he didn't see me because I had gone. By the time he came, I had gotten angry and gone.
Yes.
And the next time he saw me, he's like, you didn't show up. I told you to come and do audition. I said, I showed up, you didn't show up.
Yes.
You know, so we talked about it and he laughed and he sort of liked me and said, you know what? I was going to give you a bit pass before, just 1 or 2 episodes, but I'm going to make you one of the detectives. And that was how I became a major cast in that series.
That's like how they started calling your mom Mama Maker.
Mama, yes. So you know, I became nationally recognized, and of course, I became friends with Tade Ogidon. Ogidon went on to do Hostages.
Yeah, Hostages.
Yes, Hostages, and of course, some of my most important works were done with him. I did Diamond Ring.
Yeah, Diamond Ring.
Diamond Ring was
a strong one.
Was something else.
Yes,
I mean, you know, and then a certain young lady came into the scene. Her name was Amaka Igwe. God bless her soul.
Bless her soul, yes.
And Amaka, you know, cast me in Checkmate.
Checkmate, yes.
Checkmate was already in episode 10 when I joined. And so I needed to make an impression. I needed to join quickly and make an impression. And I remember when I was building my character, I started doing this as Sheku Kadiri. And then I dropped my voice to an octave, you know, like a lower. And so when I appeared on the set the first day, I didn't spare anybody. I was ready.
Yes.
Again, I haven't seen. I think I heard we lost him. Bolaji Daudu.
Oh.
Yeah, I think so. I think we lost him as well. So Amaka is gone down. Bolaji. I remember a scene that that made me an instant hero on the set. I remember that I was with Ego Boyo, who was Anne Hathorpe.
Yes.
And I remember, I went to her office, and as I was talking to her, I did like this. I tapped my leg and I put my legs on her table.
Yes.
You know, and I could see the shock in her face, like, and then the director was like, you know, keep it. You know, so it became a thing for me. You know, when I get to office, I tap my leg and I put it on the table. Just show disregard or something. You know, so from early on, I came in and enjoyed myself. I enjoy everything I do, everything that has to do with this business. You know, or anything that is given to me as an assignment, I will do it to the best of my ability, as if my entire life depends on it. And that has been my motivation for everything that I do. Little did I know that 62 years later, it will become like the hallmark of, you know, my success.
It's actually the hallmark of your definition.
You know, so I look back now and I'm saying, thank God for loving my work and not minding what anybody else will say around me.
Yes.
You know, because you are given a name if you work too hard.
If you work too hard. Yeah, I used to be the
and all of that.
I used to be the world gecko of the studio.
Who does he think he is?
Yeah.
Why do you have to always overdo it? You can just They will manage it. Like, no.
But then, you know, it's strange. It's funny. It's against the drift. For someone like you who, as an only child, one would expect to have been spoiled silly by your mom.
Oh, my mother, God bless her soul. She will wait for somebody like you to come visit me. When all my friends come, then she will start shouting. She will start screaming and crying. And I will be begging, like, calm down. Now my friends are. You say, no, let them know how you treat me. Her common phrase is, when I say it in pidgin, it's sweeter.
Yes.
I say, if person born one pikin, then they die put. I'm supposed to talk to you with my eyes.
Yeah.
If I look at you, you're supposed to know what I'm saying.
Yes.
You know, nonsense. I will start begging her to calm down. My mom will raise me, will lift me over my ear.
Yes.
You know, so she said to me, this one child that I have, you will be like 20.
Yeah.
You will cook, you will clean, you will be a girl, you will be a boy. You will do everything that a child is supposed to do, yes. So from age 10, in fact, from age 8, I was cooking. You know, till date, it's one of my superpowers.
Yes.
You know. So when I was dating your sister, she couldn't cope. She had to run to her auntie to learn. To say, this man. She would eat in my house and I'm like, which of your girlfriends did this one? I said, it's not my girlfriend.
I did.
I'm
my mother's child.
Yes. You know?
So really, you know, for me, I think that background fired you up too.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Just to pursue excellence.
Oh yes. I don't know how anybody that doesn't have strong parental guidance can cope. You know, I mean, because there's so much distraction out there.
Yeah.
For us, it's not even as bad. You know, growing up, but today,
it's terrible.
From games, the phone alone, the distraction of the phone alone.
It's too strong.
I don't know about you, but I mean, when we were young, in my teens, what we did was to look for those people who sell books.
Yes, now to buy.
You will buy Hadley Chase and you stack it.
And then you start to read.
Yes.
There was usually a competition.
Of course.
To outread.
To outread. When it was now the time of Leon Uris.
Yes.
You know, the Born Identity, all those things. You will start to read. And, you know, the bigger the novels, the better.
The better. And then if it was comics, you read so much.
I mean, we will fight about books.
Yes.
We will, you know, you say, oh, how many have you read? You will stack it. So now, all of that is gone.
It's gone.
All of that is gone. I don't know. They are not even reading books on Amazon or e-books. No. You know, I remember earlier when I started, when we got married, my wife would say, why do you just load your suitcases with books? I have a thing for hardcovers. I just buy hardcovers. I love hardcovers. I love to turn the pages.
Yes.
You know, so, you know, all of that gives you the discipline to be able to. So today, one of the biggest things that people our age deal with is to be able to adapt and switch.
And switch, yes.
Yes, to this digital age, to be able to match the energy of these young people. Unfortunately, some of us didn't, we were not able to make that switch.
That's what I wanted to ask you next, actually, that how were you able to make the switch? And don't throw the question back at me, right? How were you able to make that switch? Because there you were very strong on theater, the stage, right, television, and then movies came in, then technology
came in.
I
had children early, and so I had also the good fortune of being a Sunday school teacher. I was teaching teens.
Yes.
And when I was handling these teenagers, I could see the rate at which things were changing. I use an illustration of my children to sort of gauge how technology was switching, and those things were the signposts for me to start to change with them.
Yeah.
When they just first went abroad, when I go to stay to America, they come stay with me in my hotel room, and they will fight. The two of them, Tega and Mena, will fight over remote control. Daddy, he doesn't want me to watch this. You know, after a while, I discovered that when they come to my room, they just want to jump in the bed and pull the duvet and hold their phones underneath the duvet, and my television is there, they don't touch it.
You had your piece?
I had
they
my
were
piece,
in their own world?
and I was looking at this, I would say, time to go to bed, turn off your phones, but they will turn off the phone. The minute I go to my own room,
Boom.
They are back on. Yeah. I saw that switch, and I knew that one had to keep up. And keeping up meant understanding what was going on.
Yes.
Understanding that television was gradually migrating from the wall
to the
palm. Yeah. And it also meant that we needed to work smartly, you know. And that is what you find today, even amongst the young people.
Yes.
Why do we have YouTube millionaires today, and people are still saying they are looking for who to help them?
Yes, yes.
There are boys who started streaming from their phones.
Yes.
There's a guy called Itom who does all these things with his phone. I did one of my birthday things with him, you know. He records with his phone.
Yes.
He edits everything with his phone.
Yes.
And today he's a brand influencer, all kinds of things. And so when young people come to me, sometimes I say to them that if you are not lazy, you will understand that you do not really need anything anymore than everything is here now. Yes. You need to make the switch. Wow. Find out what other young people are doing to ensure that they can beat the odds. You know, because now to be an entrepreneur means owning your own thing.
Yeah.
Being able to do it yourself.
Yes.
That's what being an entrepreneur is. Yes. So this is the age of entrepreneurs. We have seen the dot-com billionaires and all of that. Now you can sit in your room and use the tools that are available and go viral in 1 second.
1 second.
Look at what happened to us when we were under lockdown.
Yes.
The Nigerian economic space was transformed by these young people who were solution-based providers. They were looking for solutions. If you needed to move money, they were looking for solutions. And what was the biggest thing we had? PayPal. Yeah. These boys made billions.
Yes.
You know? And today, look, there's Flutterwave, there's Piggyverse, there are all kinds of things that these kids are redefining, you know, the entire space. Economically, socially, and everything, even to how they organize governmental resistance or leadership resistance and everything. Yes. Twitter is a tool. Yeah. We saw the Arab Spring and everything, and today in Nigeria we have our own kind of spring. You know, we saw all that play out during the elections. You know, so we for me, I'm a trend watcher, and I like to be able to at least navigate it. You know, I might not be an expert in it. It is the age of AI now.
Yeah.
How can you sit back and not be able to deploy AI to help yourself?
Yeah.
You know, so we all need to keep, you know, watching these trends and see how we can switch and not become dinosaurs overnight.
In fact, it's that dinosaur effect that I actually wanted to leap onto. That, you know, that switch that you made, something must have informed it beyond technology in your career.
Yes, it's the zeal to survive.
Yeah.
It's the zeal to survive and be in the very top of the being at the very top of the food chain. Because the minute you drop off, to climb back up there is very difficult.
If possible.
You know, it is so important that you must keep up. And keeping up means, you know, researching, reading, you know, asking questions, and being able to unlearn, you know, because you can't sit in one place and say, oh, I've done this for 40 years.
The truth is that you, for instance, you read theater and then you went to read law.
Yeah. It was his pursuit of knowledge. Knowledge is never wasted. And for me, in fact, people look at me and say, oh, you knew you were going to go into government. I said, no. But it made me ready.
Yes.
It made me, so today, my credentials are good enough to hold any kind of public office.
Yes.
Apart from having put in time into work, because post-graduation, this is 40 years. So I can hold any public position today because I qualify for it, both experientially and, of course, academically. You know.
Right. And then having read law, you found it easier to navigate the law aspect of your job.
Of my today, I can't mention names, but there are people that are being exploited on a daily basis. There are corporations who will just grab your stuff and use it and hope that they can just stampede you. And they did it to me, Leko. Yes, a corporation actually did it to me. Took my program that I created myself and slammed it on their channel. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, this can't be happening. They know me. They see my name. And nobody comes to me to say, we are running this thing on our channel, or we want to run this on our channel. Instead, I'm getting reports. So we just did video recording, and I told my lawyers, like, go make the approach. And at first, they were trying to be like, oh no, but when they saw the facts on the table, I said, I will, if this will be the last thing, if this is the last thing with my last breath, I will teach you not to do it to another person when I'm done with you guys. Also, they had the good sense to quickly start appealing to my human side. And of course, we settled out of court, but you know, not without them paying something. So that enablement comes from having gone to school, studied law, and also being able to still stay within that aspect of the law. Teach younger lawyers about it, because there is just so much. In today's world, you cannot be talking about content without seeking to look at the people who are producing the content and protecting them, because content goes across boundaries. It is without borders. And there is so much in there legally. The legal regimen for that whole, you know, body of work, it's amazing. And there are lawyers who are still saying, oh, I want to enter into the entertainment space, but I don't know what to do.
When the entertainment space is already surrounding you.
The entertainment space is begging you to come in, because what happens in Nigeria is that people look at practitioners and expect practitioners to be the ones to be the change in whatever they're doing. I want to come in and clock in as an actor on a daily basis. So I would rather that a banker is watching the figures and watching what the data is saying about my work, instead of you waiting for me to come to your bank to tell you, oh, there's so much money in this work that I do, come and give me the money for it. As opposed to them coming into the space and looking at it and seeing how they can.
Okay. We'll take a break now. When we're back, we're going to talk about something that I know is very dear to RMD, which is mentorship, mentoring the younger generation. A few big names lay claim to him being their mentor. Stay tuned.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed. 200 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
You're welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations, RMD. Let's talk about you. You have given a lot of your network, your space to younger people. Every time Alibaba speaks of his sojourn in Lagos, your name is within the first 2 or 3 sentences. I just go meet them, show me the way. Why do you do stuff like that?
Because I have had the opportunity of also being embraced and mentored by some of the biggest names in the industry. I met Uncle Olu Jacobs, I met Uncle Peter Doche, I met Professor Wole Soyinka, and so on and so forth. Now, somebody doesn't have to, you don't have to be with somebody in close proximity for the person to be your mentor.
No.
So you see them, you love their work, and so you aspire to want to, be like them or be even bigger than what they have done. And so for me, every time that younger people come to me, it's a teaching moment. I was born to teach. I teach, and so I've had the privilege of, encountering people like Alibaba, when he first came into Lagos, and what I liked about him was the hunger. Not very many people will come to you and say, "Oh, I'm a comedian," and I funny die, and I say, "Well, make me laugh now." And there he went at it. Yeah. For the next 20 minutes, I'm the one begging, "Okay, you funny, it's okay." So it was a joy for me to be able to work with him and take him around and show him the ropes. Yes. I had similar encounter with Moody.
Yeah.
I remember I was mourning when Moody would come to me and say to me, "Bros, Asabi, so I just need help, I was in mourning, my late wife, when I got tired of listening to this young man. I just called my younger brother one day and I said, I think it was at that time in '96. It was about $18,000 naira or so that he needed, or 27,000 naira that he needed for his shop. Sure. And I gave it to my brother. And I said, "Go and pay this money to the landlord." And I turned to him and I said, "Don't make me regret this." this investment in your life, And today, the man owns an entire street with his fashion brand. Yes. I'm very proud of him. In fact, after that first rent that I paid, he came to me again and said, "Bros, I need more money." So this time, I want you to be, you have shares in my thing, you'll be my partner. And I said to him, "What would you think if tomorrow you now make money? I will now come and say, 'Hey, how far today? How much you don't make? Maybe you will not give me small thing.' And if you have gotten married, I'm gotten married, and our wives should now be looking at each other like, this one just comes here to take money." I said, "Don't worry." So I gave him money again. I said, "I don't want any part of it. Just do well. That's all I want, And I'm happy to report that he's done well, and he pays it forward, as well. Of course, Bovie, it was me that gave him his first job. It was my PA. Teju Babyface, I took him under my wing.
Yes, you were even in Diamond Ring.
Together. I had forgotten about him, but when I was in Unilag, he found his way to me, and till today, he's still under my wings, and I'm happy to help. And AY, so I'm happy. that you know, I'm in a position to inspire younger people. There are younger actors today that not very many people know that I ran a workshop, an acting workshop where Desmond Elliott was one of my students.
He was?
Yes,
Whoa.
yes, he was one of my students. And you know, you can tell. Because good work is light. Knowledge is light. I remember at the end of our course, of my workshop with them, I said, this one, you will go far. You know. I remember Zemeji saying to me one day that, I know that you train this boy, but you have to tell him to stop trying to act like you. You know, that he has to find his own. I said, don't worry, leave him, he's young. He will define himself. You know, for now, this is, you know, I'm happy today. He's killing it as a legislator and also as a film producer and all that. So, yeah, I'm happy to be of help. There are so many more that, there are people who see me and say to me that, oh, because of you, I read theater. Yeah, because of you, my child is reading theater. One of the biggest things that happened to me that day, I just broke down and cried.
Oh, wow.
When I was building Namole, there was a day that I had run out of money. You know how that day I was like, you know what, 12 o'clock, I didn't have money to even pay workers for the full day. I said, 12 o'clock, shut the place down and let everybody go. When I have money, I will continue. So I usually would drive to my site around 5 p.m. So that day at 12 o'clock, I said, let me go and shut down the place. So I didn't get there till about 1. And I saw them working and all that. So I called the foreman, like, what's going on? He said, that the owner of a school near my place there just came and was asking that, she always liked this land. She wanted to buy this land. That who's the owner of this place? Oh, it's RMD's place. Oh, that's the young actor. So she left and sent, I think, 50 bags of cement to my site, and he gave instruction that don't tell him not to come to me. I just tell him, I said, welcome to the neighborhood, you know. So that day, I mean, I'm like, I never look for, I don't think I deserve anything. So when people show me kindness, you know, so I'm like, no, I'm going to go meet this woman. I mean, why would she just give me 50 bags of cement and say, I should come and say hello? So I went to her school, and, you know, I finally saw her, and she said, oh, it's for nothing, you know. I said, but since you came, let me show you something. So she went to her filing cabinet and drew it out and brought out a paper plate and showed me the paper plate. And I saw my autograph on it. You know, that time there was no phone. No phone to do autograph and all that. So I saw my signature on the plate. I said, do you remember this plate? I said, I think I remember that it must have been in London. He says, yes. He said, my daughter saw you in London at a party in London and came to you and said she loves acting, you know, and you signed this plate. You signed her party plate that she was supposed to use to eat. You signed it and she kept it. Wow. He said, today, my daughter is studying theater because of you. She's specializing on radio and everything. I just started crying. Wow. You know? So, I mean, that for me, a few years later, the daughter will come back to Nigeria, and the woman calls me and says, your daughter is around, though. She wants to do radio internship. I said, leave it to me. I got a repower. I called Raymond Dopesi at the time, and they were happy to put her on radio. And then, of course, the mother could hear her voice on radio. Of course. You know, so when things like this happen, you are thankful for the kind of life you've led. That you can be. It's not easy to be a role model. It's very tasking. You know, because then you can't have a break. Yeah, that's the truth. You cannot take a break and do rubbish. No. It is very tasking.
Talking about it being tasking brings to mind the thought of you, say like since 1984 85 or
84.
84. You've been in Lagos, resident, fully resident, a citizen of the city or state, right? And you have been playing lead roles since the early 2000s.
No, since 84.
I'm whining you.
Since 84, because
Right.
for stage,
Yeah.
I transited into television.
TV and then movies.
And movies.
Yeah. What have you brought to your craft that sustained you as the go-to lead person, lead man in your career?
It's dedication. Dedication, because when you are dedicated to your craft, you will hone it. You know, because it's there. We are all gifted in some way with something or the other. It is identifying that thing earlier on.
Yes.
So I have never, even though I've served in government for 8 years and I'm a lawyer, I always will start by saying my name is Richard Mofedamijo and I'm an actor.
Yes. That's it.
Full stop. You will discover in the course of our interaction that I'm a leader, I'm a life coach, I'm a speaker, I'm a Sunday school teacher. I can moonlight as a pastor sometimes. I'm a lawyer and I can be a politician. So it is that. So I imbue whatever it is that I'm doing with everything that is inside me. I pour into everything that is inside that I'm asked to do. There is something that I say, and I'll say this in closing. Maybe that will help somebody out there. When they say the eyes are the windows to the soul, it is very true of actors and the camera. When the camera looks at the actor or films the actor on TV or on film, it can see to the soul of the actor. And if the camera sees, that means the audience, is the audience POV, is seeing. Now, if you're faking it, they will catch you.
They will. They will.
You can only fake it for this long. Now, but if you are not faking it, if you truly love the job and respect the job and respect the people for whom you do it for, the people will find it.
Yes.
That is the convergence of God blessing the work of your hand. So it is when that's dedication and respect for the audience converges with God's blessing that you blow. Because the people can see you.
Talking about Blue, Black Book.
Yes.
How well has it done? I've watched it twice.
Oh, Black Book is probably, people say, some of my colleagues say to me, Bros, you can now retire. It's being called the biggest African title ever to be streamed because we did incredible numbers. It's the first film that has hit the global number 3 in Africa. No other production, even from South Africa.
Out of
Africa, none has hit number 3. Yes, none whatsoever. We were number 1 in South Korea, in Hong Kong, we were 3 in the US at some point, 3 in UK, 3 in Canada. We took the whole world, by storm.
The figure I heard the last time was like 17 million.
We've done over 17 million views.
See, you know how people always calculate stuff for you.
Yes.
So if they are returning, what's it called to you, per stream, per
you mean
for money.
Unfortunately, the negotiations are already done. Before the.
Usually.
Yes, because you never know the one that will blow. But the beautiful thing is that you are up there now. You are a global.
Yes.
You're a global brand now.
Yeah.
People are seeing you globally.
Yeah.
It means that you only need to cap this.
Yeah.
To stay there.
Yes.
And then every good thing will come.
Will come.
Yes.
Seek ye first the kingdom of
God. Yeah, every good thing
will be
every good thing will come, because we do everything to the excellency of His name.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'm not afraid to say I'm a man of faith.
Oh, I know that.
Yes,
I know
yes,
that.
yes.
If you
Yes.
not faith,
Yes, yes. Grace is the icing on the cake.
Yes,
Yeah.
because I recall that people thought, oh, you're studying theater, so he's just going to be dancing. He's going to be playing. Out of nowhere, he went to read law.
Yes.
Right. So out of nowhere, what are you reading next?
Well, I am going to do the Harvard course.
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to do something on leadership. Yes, just to fulfill a yearning in my heart.
Oh, just a
It's a yearning. It will come to. It will be useful as always, because every knowledge is never lost.
Yes.
You know, I believe that the way leadership is taught now is very different from how it was taught maybe 20 years ago when I was going to go for that course. So I still think that it is something that never goes out of fashion.
Do you have a political ambition?
Absolutely no.
I'm not surprised.
But you know, like every one of us cannot make change from only the political side.
You're certainly not.
Yeah, I'm not averse to working, to contributing my quota. I've done so at the state level. If nature happens to conspire to put me at the national level to contribute my quota, of course, I will proudly.
Actually, I saw something that you did recently, something about mortality.
Oh, yes.
Maternal
Yes,
mortality.
I lend my voice and my name and my image to different kinds of campaign. I'm a he for she. Again, I'm my mother's child. And so anything that has to do with women's rights, I'm a champion for that. I will stand up for women any day, anytime. I bring up my kids, my sons to defend women, their sisters, every time.
Yes.
You know, there's no excuse, you know, for that. Not that they are weaker, but that's how we are wired.
Yes.
We are wired to protect and to serve. And so every time that I'm called upon or I see an opportunity to lend my voice to any kind of campaign that will make humanity better, I will. I think that our problem is that we did a wrong turn and we have all lost our humanity.
Yeah, that's,
you know,
that's quite sad.
As simple as the injunction of loving your neighbor as yourself. It is that simple.
Yeah.
You know, but then again, man loves to complicate things.
And find a solution to the complication.
To the complication, yes.
He created.
Oh my goodness. Son.
Well, on a regular day, one would expect that you will be on set. So when you're not on set, what do you do? What are the other things you're involved in?
Oh, I teach a lot, and I speak a lot. Like I said, I'm a life coach, so I find myself in different. In fact, nowadays I find that when I travel, if I travel 10 times abroad every year, 8 times I'm on invitation to teach or to speak at different conferences. I speak at tech conferences. You know, people will be like, what is he coming to say? You know, I speak at leadership and entrepreneurial conferences. I've spoken it's a thing that I just do. GB has invited me twice to Flutterwave.
Okay.
I've spoken twice in Flutterwave. Okay. So the last time I spoke there, I have this pet theory that the liberation of Nigeria is going to be by a small tribe of these young people. And when I say that, I mean that because they are constantly providing solutions for economics, for social things, these same people, this same small tribe, are the ones that will perfect biometric system and all of that, and at some point in Nigeria, NIN, BVN, voters card, and all of that will be linked.
Yes.
If you are not in the database, you cannot vote. So every voter can be accounted for. The fraud or the discrepancies in our election in the next 2-3 election cycle will be reduced to less than 10%. And that is from where the liberation will come. And when people think that the progress right now is in fintech and in technology, it is just an adumbration of what is to come within the election, within our political life. Because when you fix that, everything else will be fixed. Look at what happens when you in a hospital in Lagos State, and you say that time when it started, it's like, oh, you know those small cubicles, you go out, they say go and pay them. They say no, don't pay them anymore. Go to UBA or go to that bank and go and pay in that bank, and immediately everything begins to change. That is what the application of technology does. When you start to apply technology to every phase of governance and gather the data, that change that you thought was impossible will begin to change. We can begin to hold all our leaders responsible for whatever thing that they are not doing, because we can fall back and say, you are not going next year. All the voters, we have all of them, we reach them and say, this one, say non-entity is not going next year, and you will not go.
That's true.
And you cannot rig the process anymore. And so that's from where. So when I go to these places, I speak to them and I let them know that, look, you people are the change. You are the ones that will change this country. And it's not tomorrow. You are changing it now, but you think that you are doing it for money. But it is not for money. It's not the economics of it. It is going to affect, it is from the economics that it goes to the political. And then leadership will have no choice but all to bring everything under one, umbrella.
We're going to stop now. Let me thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I want you to make a public commitment that very soon you'll be back.
Oh, that's easy.
That's the camera.
I'll be back when Lekon says to come back.
No, when you come back from your migration. That's our little joke. Everyone, it's been nice having our brother, our friend, RMD with us on Timeless Conversations. We had timeless conversations, really. And I'm sure anytime we play this back, we'll say, okay, when are we doing it again? As soon as you're around again, we're going to do it. Thank you so much, Richard.
Thank you for having me.
Till next time, Lekon Ogumba over here. Bye.
How are you? I'm fine. Chief, fine. Your office has taken a new look. Well, we're trying to just grow up like you people, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome to my office. And how are you? And how are the women? They are a national disaster. Please sit down, Chief. I don't believe you, Chief. Eh? You have quite a handful yourself, and they are causing me nothing but civil war and disorder. Come on, Chief. It can't be that bad. Eh? It is. Oh, it is. When they are not fighting, they are asking for money or vice versa. What time do they have to do anything else? They do, Chief. They find time to do. At least the women that I know do. You know what I mean?
I sold it.
Chief! What? It's okay, it's okay. Okay, so what is the name of the construction company?
I don't.
Now, what next? God's avenging angels.
My mother prefers to call me the god of Oloibiri.
Yes, God. Twisted all over.
Oh, it's still better than a wannabe activist who never made it. It's okay.
Now back it off. Back it off my house. You blood sucker. And take your dogs with you.
What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve?
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Your time in such an unnatural way that we have no time to live our lives. The demanding nature of our world now, where people have to pay multiple bills, take care of family, has led to the need to make more money